Pennington County Commission meeting to order. We'll stand for a moment of silent reflection, and then Commissioner Davis will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is the review and approval of the agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to make a change on the agenda?
Leanne Hollenshed from the Emergency Services Communication Center. I would like to remove item 20 at the time being. We're not quite ready to move forward, and you'll see that again in a few weeks to a month.
Okay, thank you. That's the item for approval of the joint powers agreement between the city and the state. Are there any other items that you wish to remove from the agenda? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
So move as amended.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to accept the agenda as amended with item 20 removed. Any discussion? Any comments from the audience? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next, we go to the consent agenda. Items 5 through 14. This includes the minutes of the regular meeting, the approval of the vouchers, recognition of the volunteers for the months of March, setting the civil township bonds for clerks and treasurers, setting a hearing for May 1st for a general fund supplement for the ITS budget, approval of the second quarter of the state and local agreement report, the Pennington County Campus Expansion Project, approval of the Black Hills Power Electric Easement, request to declare vehicles and equipment surplus from the Highway Department, authorization to bid on the Nemo Road Bridge repairs from the Highway Department, and a request for approval of part-time help for 3 months with the Highway Department. Does anyone wish any of those items removed from the consent agenda? If not, all of those will be passed with a single vote, provided we get a motion. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any items from the consent agenda? Chair will accept the motion.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We now move to item 15, which is a request to use previously allocated funds for the 70th anniversary of Ellsworth Air Force Base. Pat?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Pat McElgan with the Ellsworth Task Force. At a recent meeting of the Ellsworth Task Force, I asked Commissioner Davis if he would bring up to you a discussion item regarding the use of $1,000 of the $15,000 that was allocated on an annual basis for the task force for the 70th anniversary event at the base, which is going to occur in the third week of May. Would appreciate your support on this. It's not as if we don't need the funds, but it would be an appropriate use of the funds, particularly regarding the size and the importance of this event with the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. The Governor will be there, and a significant number of other senior military officials will be there for the event. The funds will be used to defray some of the costs for the junior airmen as the request was submitted to us. There are a variety of entities that are putting funds forward for this. Boeing was able to find some funding for us, also the City of Rapid City. And many other local private entities that put funds forward for these events. Appreciate your support. Stand by for any questions if you have any.
Is there any questions? Comments?
I'd make a motion to approve the concept.
Second. Motion and a second to approve the concept, you said? Is that the word?
That's a word.
Is that all right, Pat?
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
That's
Thank
the
you.
only big word I could come up with this morning, so.
Yeah, I understand what you meant. Thank you.
Okay, next we move to the resolution forming the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District.
Well, good morning, Commissioners, and thank you again for letting me come before you and discuss the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District. I guess this morning I'd kind of like my dad used to say, sometimes it's best just to get back to the basics. And I guess that's what I'd like to do today, is just kind of go back and talk about the basics and kind of bring us up to date and ask your approval on this resolution. When we have an emergency, regardless whether it be police, fire, ambulance, or something, we even train our children to call 911. And that seems to be the protocol and the process that's in working today, to call 911, have it come into a dispatch, and have the proper service company go out and respond to that emergency call. In the case of the Wall Ambulance Service, that area defined as our 911 emergency call area is approximately that mile marker 86 to the Eastern Pennington County portion. And it's been utilized for years. Granted, it's probably has some situations where there has to be some flexibility in them calls. As that call comes into dispatch, she knows immediately what response area comes up. And that's in that response area map. And with that, she can dispatch accordingly. She can ask her questions as to how to evaluate that emergency and dispatch anything from a wall ambulance to a rapid city ambulance to a life flight. So it's very important that we keep that in mind. And we have an ambulance service in operation today that services that Eastern Pennington County. And that service is the Wall Ambulance Service. It's a good service. It's been in existence for a number of years. It has quality equipment. It has good city government support. And it has good community support. What it needs some funding to try to alleviate the problem of lack of volunteers. And so we need to generate a reliable source of funding that we can, in essence, become virtually a paid staff ambulance service so that we can continue the viability of the Wall Ambulance Service, a service that's so important to the area. State law allows us to form an ambulance district to allow us to generate some funds. That district is formed. There's a taxation or a levy that is set by law. It does have its maximums based on operation and capital outlay and that. And that allows us to generate a reliable source that is constant and that we can rely on constantly year after year to support this ambulance service. And yes, it is a tax. And every time you mention that dreaded T word, you are going to have some objections. I don't know if you folks have ever had an issue in front of you that has involved taxation where you've had 100% approval. The only thing I could figure out is if we could come up with some kind of a resolution to start decreasing taxes. Then we might be able to achieve that. So I'm not up here to tell you that we have 100% approval, because we don't. But I am telling you that that is a method that we really need to rely on and try our level best to get in position and get it so that we can rely on it for some reliable funding. And we do have the majority support on this district, people. The areas in question that are so objectionable, and I respect their position entirely. There's approximately about roughly 450 residential properties in this area. The south area comprises maybe approximately 20, somewhere in that neighborhood of residential areas, about 5%. As our last meeting, when we had the support, said before, Lindell's has watched us walk through our meetings for asking for the public support of the area. We tried our best to work with the ag people to gain their support, which I feel comfortable that we did, and of course the city of Wall. So I'm not up here trying to, explain anything that I don't really firmly believe, that I really honestly believe that we have the majority support. If we were to bring this to a vote, I believe that it would pass. I strongly believe. If you would just look at the demographics of the area that we're talking about, the population center of Wall versus the population of the rural area, that we gained a lot of support with that ag move. And with those demographics, that Wall ambulance is very, very important to the community of Wall. And so think of your population centers, your demographics of this area, and we did kind of a straw vote that night, and we come up with a very strong majority of the people that supported this. And Lindell kind of watched us walk that through. If we would ask us to bring it to a vote, we're not shying away from it, because we are dedicated and we realize the very importance of this ambulance service in Wall, South Dakota. Approximately $5,000 in cost was given to us last meeting, and probably the schedule that I've got would be kind of a pretty tough schedule. We'd have to have our about 300 signatures acquired by May 7th. It would follow the process. It would kind of put an election into approximately the middle of July. The middle of July in eastern Pennington County is probably not the best time to have an election. We've got harvest starting for the rural people. We're in dead center of tourism and that. But we're committed, and we'll sure deal with it. Your motion last meeting to postpone it was to allow us to go back and review those studies. Those studies came back to us that I forwarded to you, and says, and we have an agreement of the two ambulance services, the Pennington County Ambulance Service and the Wall Ambulance Service, to say it's best to just leave those boundaries like they are. And consequently, the previous description that I brought to you last meeting for our description of our ambulance district would then remain the same. And that's what I felt that the motion was last week. It didn't change. I really appreciated it. We got our studies done, and I appreciated that very much. I'm asking you folks to pass it as a resolution this morning. I feel that, like I said, I'm not shying away from a vote. And we have worked very, very hard in the last 90 days to bring it to this point. And we are so committed that this ambulance service be maintained, because without the district, it won't happen. I'm not blowing smoke. I'm just telling you that ambulance service in Wall, South Dakota can't survive without some financial help. And this, by state law, is what we're pursuing. So I'm asking for your vote on approval of this thing today as a resolution based on the cost. That $5,000 cost just really doesn't end there, because with that time of year and that, and we're going to have to do a pretty extensive marketing program to keep it out in front of the people. We're going to have to develop, kind of go pretty harsh and heavy here in the next couple of weeks to get those signatures and different things like that. So we're talking about a lot of manpower and some cost. And I really strongly in my heart, people, feel that the results will be the same. There's a lot of people that just have said, we need that ambulance involved, and we really do. For the welfare of the people of that eastern Pennington County, the people that you represent, that is imperative that ambulance service stay in operation. It's 60, it's a matter of really, and I'm not saying it's a life and death situation in certain cases, and so it's very important. So with that, I'm going to conclude, and thank you very much for listening to me for the last 3 months. And I've enjoyed working with you and very much, and we've tried our level best, people. And thank you again. And we are really strongly asking for your support today in our resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Larry, I do have a question.
Sure.
We received an email from Denny Gorton, our fire service
From who?
officer, and apparently he had met with some of the folks from down in
Who
the,
was the email from?
Denny Gorton,
Oh,
our
Denny
fire
Gorton.
service director. Did you meet with him on that?
No, I think there seems to be some confusion. I went back and I got the minutes. The Eastern Pennington County Ambulance, Davis made the motion to continue or postpone it to a future meeting. Then right below it was the fire district that was on the agenda afterwards, and that is where it said that the fire administrator, Denny Gorton, will work with the Interior Fire Department and meet with the scenic involved departments and redraw the boundaries. Denny Gorton wouldn't have anything to do with the ambulance.
Actually, and maybe Luann, you can help me, or Leanne, but I generally when they redraw those, that kind of changes the emergency response protocol that you use. Whoops, I'm losing my. Doesn't it? Don't you? When they redraw those boundaries, whether it's fire or ambulance, it would change where you send out the response from, doesn't it?
That's correct. And the fire departments, the Wall and Interior fire departments did redraw their lines. I do have that map with me.
Yeah.
That's probably what you got from Denny.
Yeah.
Because I know we just did this in dispatch just this week.
Right.
To change those. The ambulance district is separate, even though we usually send the fire department and the ambulance at the same time, because the fire department tends to get there much faster and has first responders on board. The ambulance actually can provide the medical services, but also transport, which the fire department cannot do. So typically both are dispatched at the same time, but they may come from totally different areas.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I guess Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear from anybody else first before I make my comments, and so that's your call, so.
If you just hold for a little bit, I'm going to take the prerogative of making some comments and ask Larry a question in terms of your taxing district. The areas that identify themselves as being on the Highway 44 corridor. We have an interstate corridor, and we have a Highway 44 corridor. And in my mind, I view them as viable distinctions. And of those townships and areas on the Highway 44 corridor, how much of a financial impact would that have on your proposed ambulance district?
Probably very little, Lindell. The situation that I tried to think that through, and there's only like about maybe the 15 or 20 residents, and let's just say they average the $50,000, average, why that's, maybe 10,000, pardon me, $100,000. Let's see, I'm not getting my figures right, but anyway, very little that it would have effect. I think maybe I've roughly come up with maybe like $400 or $500 is roughly what I came up with as far as the valuation on the ones that I did. So with that, but then I had to think about those people, then the people north of town. And they kind of want out of the district. I know there's some people that actually the townships are kind of divided. I received some information from some of the people of the townships that said, we support your district because we're kind of on that northern portion, different things like that. So with that, and then say, well, we would just like to contract with it. Well, there's approximately 20 plus, almost 30 townships, and the majority of that area is in township property. So then all the townships say, well, we would rather contract with you. Okay, that would not bring in enough money. The maximum that they can pay is $1,000 a year for 10 years is their contract basis that they can operate under. That would not generate enough revenue. So then they came back and said, well, look at those 3 or 4 areas that are non-township properties. Can you? And I did. I contacted those people. We sent letters out. And the most viable way, and I feel the fairest and the most economical and affordable, even for these people down south. I mean, even if they're only paying the $400 or $500, one township advised me this morning they sent in $600 alone. But we need to take a look at that overall picture, I feel, and work with that.
So your assessment is such that you do not consider removal of those areas from the district as an acceptable resolution?
Okay, that is correct, but not based on your point, based on the time-distance study that was done. And Jason Culberson is here that could answer any questions on that. That boundary was not made based on a financial decision, folks. Absolutely not. It was made on a response time which could best service those people for a medical emergency purpose. So, Lindell, it was not made financially. Please don't construe it to be that. It was made based on this map right here.
Yeah, okay. So what you want is what you've proposed regardless.
Yes, what I'm proposing, Lindell, is I'm going to ask you to pass it as a resolution, as one of the options, And if that is not possible today, I feel that it, not putting an undue burden on us in any way, and I don't mean to say that, I'm just saying that I feel that the people that you represent, that the majority of those people are in favor of this ambulance district to maintain the Wall ambulance service in Wall, South Dakota. And that if you could see your way clear and possibly support this as a resolution, it would be the least financial burden to us, the least manpower burden, and what I'm basing that on is that the previous meetings that we've held. I remember going to that first meeting and having a tremendous amount of objection, basically from the ag people. We confronted that. I remember going to the second meeting and having kind of a straw vote, the support of that. And that is the information that I'm trying to convey to you folks today, that I would hope that you would feel comfortable in acting on it as a resolution.
Thank you. Okay, Charles, I think you were next.
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing us. I would like to read from South Dakota Codified Law 897, ambulance service contracts authorized any civil township in this state through its Board of Supervisors when and to the extent deemed expedient by the board enter into contracts for the furnishing of ambulance service equipment protection for the township. This authority is the local Board of Supervisors and is for the local Board of Supervisors. We do not want to give an ambulance district the authority to tax the private property in our township. And we explained this to the commissioners last time when we were up here. This is our second trip up here. And here's what Holly gave me that was Ken's actual motion. The resulting direction from the discussion was for Larry to set up a meeting with the Director of Equalization, the townships, as well as the necessary fire people to determine the appropriate legal descriptions to revise the resolution. I read this to Larry Gervette when he called the township on Friday, which he had already previously to calling us, had put this on the agenda for today. He refused to meet with our townships and get with the Director of Equalization to have our townships taken off as Ken Davis' motion directed him to do. And we do not want to be in this tax district. And all of the townships down there do not want to be in this tax district. And I find it kind of confusing. Here's the Rapid City Journal. We made the front page of the Rapid City Journal, and they have in there that they're running a $60,000 deficit. I don't understand deficits. But when you have all your vehicles paid for and all your help paid for and have $125,000 in the bank, is that a deficit? I don't understand that. But anyway, the Wall City Council said they're going to chip in $15,000. Well, that's a $15,000 deficit. They have enough to run for almost 10 years. And people give. People give to the ambulance. Our annual meeting, we had a vote for the people that were at our annual meeting, and it was 100% unanimous that we did not want to enter into this tax district. And I'm representing the people, I'm elected official, representing the people of the Castle Butte Township, and we do not want to enter into this district. The Board of Commissions understood this, and they asked Larry Gavette to get with us and to take us off the district, and he refused to meet with us. Now that's kind of arrogant. And not only that, after the meeting, last time we had a meeting up here, he was in Martha Witcher's face yelling at her and used foul language with her on the phone on Friday night. And that's unnecessary. This doesn't need to be a personal vendetta by somebody, and they need to follow this board's direction.
Charles, speak only for yourself. Don't include other.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you what's happening. And I would ask you not to pass this and not to bring it to a vote, because what happens when it brings to a vote, the people in Wall outnumber the people down where we are, and they just run roughshod over us when the state law gives us authority to enter into these contracts. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
I guess I might as well throw my 2 cents worth in at this particular time, but Larry, you said that those people down south are about 20% or about 5% of them. And how much does that 5% pay? Has anybody looked into that?
I just told Lindell what I did is
And is that, and while you're looking at there, maybe you can just answer, did you meet with that township?
no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I did not understand your motion in that way, I guess, first of all. And secondly, I felt that the boundaries were going to remain the same, and that would be pretty much a repetition.
That wasn't my thoughts, that the boundaries would remain the same.
I apologize.
So, but then while you're still looking, I'm just going to say that I equate this whole situation to when the library tax was forced on us a number of years ago. And I believe that the people up there in Wall didn't like that a whole lot, especially the ag people, because most of them were buying 5 and 6 of them, maybe up to 10 library cards and furnishing library cards to people that were living in, and not that that's a bad situation, but they live in what they can afford, but living in mobile homes and weren't paying any taxes, but you guys paid for them to get a library card. So that's kind of the situation I think that I see here. And when you're down south of Wall, down in the Badlands, down on 44, I wouldn't want to be in your ambulance district. And the reason I wouldn't be is because I'm going to sit and wait there for 35 or 40 minutes waiting for you to get there to take me to the hospital when somebody can throw me in the back of their pickup and meet the ambulance from Rapid City down by the airport, and you guys are still getting out of your barn and Wall. So that's what bothered me about voting to force these people down there into your taxing district. Now, outside of that, I don't have any problem with it because I'm only one vote, but I'm just speaking what my mind is about this. And I think you should have met with those people. And I think that was the thoughts when we left here 2 weeks ago.
Well, I apologize for that. Honestly, I felt it would be just a totally repetitious situation because, as I just mentioned, that boundary was not based on politics. It wasn't based on financial decisions. It was based on response time.
But response time is the ambulance time to get from your barn to Highway 44. But by the time you get there, those people in 44 could be to Rapid City. That's the thing that bothers me. The response time has nothing to do with this as far as I'm concerned. Because you can respond all you want to down there, but if the patient's gone, it's not going to help them any.
Yep. The time study, I don't know, can I ask you, Jason, to speak to that, please? Or?
The time study, again, Larry, the time study had nothing to do with it.
Okay, all right.
The time study, because it takes you 30 minutes to get to 44, the people are in Rapid City already.
Right.
So you can time it all you want to, but it doesn't do them any good because they're gone.
Any other
I do
questions?
believe that there has been some calls, the ambulance has gone down in that area in the past.
Oh, I'm sure they have, but
Yeah, and
Any other comments or questions from the commission? Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Good morning. I'm Martha Witcher with the Emily Township. Our board wanted to relay to the commission a chain of events and make sure that you understand the timeline. I'll just briefly read a statement that our board has made. You are aware of Mr. Davis's motion that you voted on unanimously. You are aware of the discussion that happened after that motion. We understood it, that there was to be a meeting set up with the Director of Equalization, the townships, and the fire people deemed necessary to revise the resolution. We were all on the same page with that. And that was on April 3rd. Emily Township heard nothing from anyone until Friday evening, April 13th at 9 p.m. Larry Gravatt called me and told me they were not going to change the boundaries. I reminded him of what the direction was from the commissioners, and he told me he didn't have to follow that because they were not going to change the boundaries. I told Larry that we would be happy and willing to meet with him as the commission directed, but he declined. He didn't see the point because they were not going to change the boundaries. And we're in a busy season ourselves. All of these townships here are calving right now. We're having equalization meetings, we did in March, and we're busy calving. But every township was willing and happy to meet with them as the commission had directed. I then asked Holly, when did they put this item on the agenda? And she told me that Carolyn had emailed her late Friday afternoon about 3:30. This tells me that they put this item on the agenda prior to talking with any of the townships. This concerns us. We as a township take direction from the commissioners very serious, and we want you to know that the timeline and the disregard to your directive. 100% of the people in our advertised meetings in our township do not want to be included in this proposed ambulance taxing district. Taking it to an election will just mean that our people in our township will get outvoted. And I think we should take a real serious look at what the tax-paying people in our local taxing district want. We continue to stand by our previous statement of due to poor conditions on the wall route, we would like to have rapid be our primary call. If the wall area wants to have an ambulance district, go ahead. But please hear our voice as a township and leave us out of the proposed ambulance district. Thank you. Did you have any questions? Thank you very much for your,
I guess I would, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Frankly, if we don't pass the resolution, then that group of people in that area can petition to put it on the ballot. And I don't think this county commission has any control over whether or not the Emily Township would be in that district if they go to a vote.
my understanding is that you can, the county commission can draw, and that's, my understanding was to get with the director of equalization to go over the legal descriptions to draw us out of that corridor along 44. That was my understanding.
But that would only come into play if we pass the resolution. If we let them put it to a vote of the people, then I think they can include you in their district.
And our 6 people in our township that are the local taxing district, we're gonna get outvoted. You're correct, Mr. Holloway.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not, and I don't mean to speak for Ken, since he's here, he can say, but I don't think your motion was to have this big meeting and have them drawn out of the resolution. I think it wasn't your motion. The way I understood it and what I voted for was to have a meeting to see if it should be done that way, based on the times, not that it was going to be done.
No,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
but just to have a meeting.
And no, well, you know what? Today is a great day to be discussing this because, as we all know, tonight is at 5 o'clock, we have to have our IRS in. And believe me, I don't want to be in that taxing district. But there's nothing I can do about it because it got voted in. There's a lot of taxing districts around that people don't want to be in, but because of our representative form of government, that's what happens. I don't like Obamacare, but guess what? I didn't even get to vote on it. But I voted for the people who did vote for it. And unfortunately, that's what happens in this country. And yeah, you're going to get outvoted. I think you are. I think he's absolutely right. I'm going to vote against this resolution to allow an election. And are you going to get outvoted? More than likely.
So then, okay. We just,
I'm sorry, can I make a clarification? Everybody
Please
keeps
do.
talking about this motion.
it wasn't
The
a,
motion was moved by David and seconded by Trauman to continue this item until such time as the Board of Commissioners is requested to include it on a future agenda. My email to Charles said that was my understanding of the discussion that happened, was the board had given direction for this meeting to occur.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And I think the thoughts that were going through my mind at the time was that, with the conversation that we had amongst the people out here, that we had it solved, that those people were probably not going to be in that district. And I think that's my thoughts when they left here, that they were going to work it out. But apparently not having a meeting and just saying, we're going to put you in that district whether you like it or not, and didn't meet with them, didn't discuss it with them, that bothered me considerably. And again, I'm going to equate this back to the library district. That's exactly what happened in the library district. That was force-fed to the people of Pennington County by people that didn't have a dog in the fight.
And, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I go back to what my original question was, and the fact that the fire departments, who are that first response, that they decided to change some boundaries. And I thought, in our discussion, that was going to be the base. And once we figured out how those boundaries were, then that's what was left was ambulance district. So I'm kind of concerned about, I was real concerned that we did not change any boundaries on the resolution, because I felt like we had made some headway on who was in and who was out. And it isn't reflected today, so I would not vote for this resolution today.
But I think, if I could.
Go ahead.
Sure. The fire districts and the ambulance districts can be different because you set a fire district based upon response in that fire area. and you set an ambulance district, again, based upon response of an ambulance service. So there's overlapping, and frankly, some fire districts have half of an ambulance response from Rapid City and half of them from volunteer. So I don't think the fire districts drive the ambulance districts.
I understand what you're saying, but the people that were here last week talking from the volunteer fire departments talked about how they had the certification and they were the ones who should be called in first. And so there was, to me, an understanding that it kind of was based on what that volunteer fire department was servicing. And I recognize that that can change, but to me, when we talked about that, that was a way to separate out and make sure that the areas that do not want to be part of that ambulance district have access to emergency response. And that was where I came from.
I wasn't even in the room during the fire department discussion, so I don't know about that. But the thing that I would kind of like to go back to the square one is that the boundary discussion came up day one on this. And there is a criteria, basically just like Don said, to follow that. You determine the best service of that area. You get those two ambulance services together. And it happened when Underwood closed down. Rapid City had to come in and take some, Wall had to take some, and so on down the line there. So those two ambulance services get together and say, okay, this area, based on professional study information, we can best serve this line, you guys take this line. And then it would go to 911 dispatch for final.
I totally get that.
Yeah, right. And that's what happened. And it came back, don't change the boundaries.
But it doesn't sound like that was, there has not been a conversation, Larry. It sounds like, that conversation of this, for some reason, either people don't want to accept it, they want to have a different service, but this is the problem I'm struggling with,
I know, and I'm struggling with it too, but
it just seems like it would be
basically
easier to let
it
them
boils down to that phone call and who is the first responder notified. And,
That's what we talked about.
and that
their first
right
responder
now-
is usually that volunteer fire department.
not fire department.
Chair.
The
Because they
situation
have the
is
emergency.
that,
I'm sitting here watching.
Just a
I'm
minute.
watching her head. She's head of dispatch and she's saying, yes, I'm right.
yeah.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, if I might. And you're exactly right. We're talking about two different things here. But everybody was in the room when I think it was the Interior Fire Chief got up and came to the mic and said that they could respond to that area down in 44 for ambulance service. That's where I thought we left it. Because when he got up and said that. But yes, you're exactly right. There's a difference between an ambulance time frame and a fire time frame. So if the Wall Fire Department had to come down on Highway 44 to put out a fire, you know where that fire is. It's right there. That's where the fire is. But by the time you get there with your ambulance service, the patient is going to be 50 miles down the road or close to it, heading for Rapid City. So that's the whole difference. Your patient's gone or your patient's there in fire, patient's gone in ambulance. And so I can't quite understand why that wasn't discussed with your ambulance proposal with those townships down there, because I thought that's exactly the way we left it. And it's, I just think we're gonna force somebody into something that they're gonna have to pay for and get no benefit from.
I think the thing you need to sit back and analyze is the severity.
Would you speak up, please?
The severity of that call. In other words, if you have a person with a broken back, for example, you probably aren't going to throw him on a saddle blanket and transport him by car.
Okay, but I know enough to the ambulance business myself that I know to put him on a piece of board, to strap him down and transport him.
Right.
And he's gonna be dead by the time you probably get there anyway.
Yeah.
So I'd rather be on the way to Rapid City.
Yeah. And the other thing is that the Interior gentleman was right, except that he can't transport.
Of course.
You know, he can go and make the patient comfortable or whatever, but he can't transport. There needs to be an ambulance there to transport that individual. So, and I guess I just come back to tell you that the ambulance services involved, the 911 situation, is that their recommendation is that we do not change the boundaries. And yes, there probably is going to be some people in that district that don't want to be in it. But right now, based on the 911 protocol and the studies that we have no other choice but to go forward with the existing boundaries.
Larry, I'm sorry, but I just don't see why you're jeopardizing your resolution. It sounds to me like there's kind of a tendency to want to allow the people who don't want to be part of your district not to be. But you're sticking to the fact that you want it the way it is originally. Why can't you pull them off?
I guess to be real honest with you, I'm concerned of a mushroom effect. We got 3 townships down here. All of a sudden, there's 29 townships in that area. All of a sudden, we got 29 townships saying the same exact thing. Get us out. Get us out. We'll contract with you, and that. And it will not work financially.
Mr. Chair. Yes. Where are the other townships at according to the highway, to the corridor that we talked about earlier? Most of the townships you're talking about are up within a few miles of the interstate and then north. Except for the one.
It covers the whole area. It's that colored one right with the townships.
This one.
If the discussion would take place without the word township, and you said, we'll take out these 20 homes or whatever the number is, would that make a difference? Well, in your perception of this, as I listen to this discussion, knowing that each circumstance is individual in and of itself, that even though there are 911 boundaries and all kinds of protocol, no 2 ambulance runs are the same.
Right.
No 2 accidents are treated the same or followed through. So it's kind of like everything happens that way, but I'm sure that if it doesn't fit within the mold of the lines and the boundaries and all that stuff, they don't say, well, we can't send an ambulance.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
So there's flexibility in the system.
Right.
To meet the need. And I guess that flexibility suggests that there could be some flexibility in this plan also.
I guess the flexibility would have to be dealt with through the time study, what it would be the best boundary for the ambulance service to respond to a given call, and the information that has been coming back to me indicates that the present boundary of 911 through dispatch is still the best boundary to stick with for the health and welfare of the people involved in this area.
Okay. Anyone else have something they're compelled to say?
Well, I hadn't planned on, I'm Glenn Lochner, hadn't planned on saying anything, but I would like to point out that our town, I was in on the discussion of the proposal, and I felt we, as an ag people, we fared well in this agreement because it's simply on residences, And that's generally what's creating the need for an ambulance, is people in these residences or whatever, or in the motels, whatever. But I'm neither for nor against dropping these townships. The only thing I see, and Ken Davis over there is proposing something that is basically like this damnable library district. You're asking me to pay for something that somebody else uses. And if we go and drop these 3 townships, or 4 townships, I guess there's actually 4 down through there, or partial of Castle. But I say, okay, but damn it, don't send an ambulance down there with my money to pick these people up. Get them from, or they want to be in Rapid City? Fine. They want to be in Interior, go to Interior, fine. I don't care. But damn it, don't send an ambulance down there that I'm paying for. That's the way I look at it. But if they went out, kick them out. I see the fact that when they talk about ambulance contracting with the ambulance service for ambulance service, contracting with them, and I've been down there probably as long as anybody in this room and these townships. And I'm telling you that townships do not pull together. I don't care whether you're talking fire districts, you're talking ambulance districts, or you're talking taxes. They do not. There's 20, I think actually 21 townships, I believe. I think Larry's a little strong on 29, but maybe there's some form that I don't know about. But including in a district like that is actually a more feasible way, I think. But like I said, I'm neither opposed nor against it. But there are areas north of Wall. There's, in fact, there's a township down in the middle of the Badlands that isn't organized. And the only way you're going to actually get these people that live in these unorganized areas is through inclusion them in with this deal. And like I said, I know how it feels to be slapped in this library district, because it cost me a nice little chunk of money every year, and I never used the library. Well, I went in, I'll take it back. I went in there once to see what I was paying for, and what I seen was people sleeping at the desks, sleeping on chairs out there, and I'm paying for the warm-up room and the air-conditioned room in the summertime for people who want to get in where it's cooler, or in the wintertime get in where it's warm, and I don't like that either. And at the time that library district went through, the cities were given the opportunity to decide whether they wanted in or out.
Glenn,
So, okay. But anyway, like I said, if they went out, okay, but no ambulance service from the Wall District. That's my suggestion.
thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Carla Jobjen. I'm here representing Scenic Township. And before I read the letter from our board, on a personal note, very personal, I have experience with being severely hurt and needing to come to Rapid. Basically, the left side of my body was broken. And you're exactly right. What we did was get me in the car and start me towards Rapid City. My personal residence is one of the furthest from pavement that there is. And if I had to wait for Wall, I probably wouldn't have made it. So that's my personal experience with being injured in rural South Dakota. For Scenic Township opposes being included in the proposed ambulance taxing district. Our township held a special meeting on March 19th. After discussing the information, a motion was passed by unanimous vote to pursue discussions and options to have the affected portion of our township removed from the proposed taxing district. After the county commissioners meeting on April 4th, I brought our board the encouraging news that the studies that were to be undertaken then followed by meeting with Larry Gravatt and others to review the results and discuss our options. Our township is severely disappointed we were never given the opportunity to review the results, ask questions, and discuss options. Scenic Township remains opposed to being included in the proposed Wall Ambulance Taxing District. Some of the comments that were made earlier. I consider myself a strong American. We live in the United States of America. We take care of ourselves. If we need to get somewhere, we get there. If we need help, we ask for it. If we do not want to be part of a service that we will not use, if we're injured to the point of life and death, it will be Life Flight that is sent for us. And short of Life Flight, we're going to be put in a car, stabilized, and taken to Rapid. Whether we meet the Rapid ambulance on the way or continue by personal vehicle to the hospital, Wall Ambulance is out of the options for where we live. It's just not feasible. A lot of talk about the time studies were done, not being able to ask questions regarding these time studies. It looks to me like somebody sat down at a desk and said, miles per hour times miles. That's how long it takes. I don't see anything that was taken into consideration for the gravel road conditions, which are absolutely horrid through the Badlands Park. I drove through there last week. I averaged maybe 30 miles an hour. They didn't, with the contracts, I guess I'm not going to talk about the contracts at all because basically 100% of our township people either Life Flight or we're going to get ourselves to where we can get the help that we need. And I guess I just have, we are such a small part of, so small amount of residences in the Wall Ambulance District. It's just confounding to me that he's so concerned about our health, whereas we're such a small financial impact on his district. Why wouldn't we be given the opportunity to sit down with him and discuss our views and request to be excluded from the taxing district? And we were never given that opportunity. So, thank you.
Any questions or comments? Thank you. Anyone else? If not, what's the wishes of the commission?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll get it off the dime here. I'm not in favor of the resolution, and frankly think that if the people down there in that part of the county want to increase their taxes, they should vote for that tax increase. Having said that, I'm afraid the townships that we've heard from are going to get pulled into it in a way, but I just don't think that I'm in a position of saying this one's in and that one's out, because frankly we've heard from a couple here that want out, but there's probably other townships that would like to be out as well, but didn't make the trip, and so if we pass this resolution in 2 weeks, are we going to have the rest of them coming in saying let us out too? I just think that they need to get their petition signed, and rather than having us try to sort all that out, they could sort it out, and hopefully as they're thinking about passing their petitions, they'll take these individuals into consideration and maybe change their boundaries. So my motion is to deny the resolution.
Second.
Motion and a second to deny the resolution. Any further discussion from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I second it. I'm going to vote in favor of it. And that doesn't mean I don't think that the Wall area needs an ambulance service. There's a difference between passing this resolution and saying, no, you don't need ambulance. Obviously, they need an ambulance service, and I agree with Commissioner Holloway. I hope they can come up with a solution before the election. Otherwise, I guess it's like every other election in this country. You go out and stump and do the best you can do to get votes for yourself.
Do you have a further comment back there or not?
Yes, I don't understand, and I haven't received a satisfactory answer. There's concern about the cost of an election. It's very expensive. And you have indicated that if the townships that do not want to be in it were removed, the resolution could be passed by the county commissioners. So I just have a hard time understanding why Larry Gravatt is sticking to his boundaries as is. And, I mean, if it was me and I was really wanting to do this, and I was cutting out such a small portion of unsatisfied people versus, and I could get it passed right away without the time, the effort, and the cost of an election, why wouldn't I jump at that? I guess that's just, I don't understand. And if you would like to address that.
Past the point of argument, aren't we?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
I don't think we'll pursue that any further. The commentary at this point should apply to whether or not the motion should pass. Any further comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I may have a substitute motion here. I don't know where it'll fly to, but I guess I'd like to make a motion to pass a resolution of the Wall Ambulance Service Tax District removing the plus or minus 20 houses in the south corridor.
Is there a second to that motion? I'll second it for discussion purposes. Is Jay in the room, or Julie, is this something you can address?
First off, of course, we could get the legal description involving those three houses, but I'm afraid what you're going to, one point I need to make is the corridor that we're talking about, those three townships along 44, can go out and petition and form their own ambulance district to exclude themselves from the Wall Ambulance District. And then the question's going to come back to the board, which one is legal or which one is, or if it's by which one is filed first. So, and they have the ability to form a district and not tax themselves and contract with whoever they want if they want to go out and do that process. So I don't know if Wall Ambulance District circulating their petitions will actually be the end of it for the county commissioners. And I don't know what you do in that instance.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
could have a question for Julie. Julie, once they form a district, once a district is formed, if this Wall Ambulance District forms and it's in this geographic area that they got listed here on this resolution, a township can't get out of it.
They can request from that board to be de-annexed, but it would have to be approved by the ambulance district board. But if they're both circulating at the same time, it's going to have to come back to the board for some type of legal issue as to who gets to form which one. So they do have an avenue to get out themselves, but it would put in jeopardy the Wall Ambulance. So I don't know that the issue is done. Either way you vote today. Remember, we had it with the road district and it came back to the board for the final decision because they were both circulating at the same time. So you may want to get Jay on that.
In terms of the motion or the substitute motion, Jay is back here now.
Oh, goody.
I've been requested to remove this item since it's dripping everywhere.
Nothing like an emergency.
I'm just trying to make you aware of an issue that more than likely will come out.
I guess the question I have is the substitute motion, which more or less prospectively says we pass a resolution that is not yet written.
That's true.
Is that legal?
I think it gives someone the the direction that they need to go to draw up a resolution.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Julie, I have a question for you. Could we wind up with 2 ambulance districts here?
Yes, that's what I just said. You could have.
So, but we
the-
wouldn't have to make a decision about one or the other. We could say, okay, both of you are okay.
The only time you'd end up with it coming back is if the Wall Ambulance District, the Eastern Pennington District went ahead and included those in their legal, and then you had the corridor, the 44 corridor circulating petitions just with their corridor, then it's going to come back that you have overlapping legal descriptions.
Mr. Chair, one more question, please. So the townships are a government entity basically to themselves. So they could hold a township meeting and declare whether they wanted to start an ambulance service.
They could circulate petitions starting this afternoon without a township meeting, just as the Eastern Pennington has.
Okay,
And call it the scenic
But being the
corridor.
township, do they actually have to circulate a petition? I guess that's kind of where I'm headed to. Since they're a
Yes.
government entity already, can they pass a resolution saying, this is what we want? as the-
It's an additional taxing district, yes, so that they can combine. And they could start out this afternoon, and their numbers are going to be much less than the needed for the Eastern Pennington, and I'd lay money that they're filed first. I'm just telling you where it's probably going to end up, if
Mr.
Wall
Chair.
doesn't exempt them.
Now that we've thoroughly confused this issue, let's get back to where we're really at. And that is, the good of the many outweighs the good of the few. That's a quote from Star Trek. But
Who?
But I have to believe, Larry, that once we start letting people out of this district, as Commissioner Holloway said, next meeting, we might have all the rest of them wanting out of the district, and the district is going to fold and not have enough money to operate. And therefore, I definitely will be voting against this. I think let's move forward with an election and form a district, and because that's going to be the good of the many, as opposed to the good of the few, who none of us want to pay taxes. I don't either, but I pay taxes for stuff I don't use.
Just to complicate the issue a little further, if the substitute motion prevails, and Jay says it's all right to write a resolution after the fact, then that would lock in the Wall area as per resolution. But if the people wanted to turn it over, they could petition to put it on the ballot to override the commission decision. So there's all kinds of options. And
I don't think that's true.
you can refer an action. Am I correct?
Refer the county commission's action?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, maybe if I'm getting this right or kind of reading between the lines, there's now a number of potential legal questions that are in people's minds. And I suppose my advice, frankly, would be you do nothing today, but give me direction on what legal questions you want me to attempt to answer for you, so that when you do go to take action, you're on at least the same page. That would be my preference, rather than me trying to undo something down the road that you weren't sure you knew where you're headed today anyway, or something like that. So maybe give me some questions that you want answers to, and in 2 weeks from now, maybe you'll be in a better position to do that. Or disregard everything I just said and go about what you were wanting to do anyway.
Well, there's one thing about having a dual-purpose assistant state's attorney that takes care of everything and removed the leaking faucet. And now we're asking the legal questions, so. I guess, and I don't think you were in the room when I made the substitute motion. I don't believe so. The substitute motion basically said, motion to pass a resolution of the Wall Ambulance Service Tax District, removing the plus or minus 20 houses in the south corridor. Now, isn't that a directive to write the resolution that way?
I believe the commission has the authority to pass a resolution, so if today you voted to pass it with certain wordage, I don't see why that would be illegal.
Yeah, that's a substitute motion. Now, the one that was made before that was basically put it to a vote of the people. And I don't know.
Maybe it would be more specific, Ken, if you just included the names of those 3 townships that you're trying to exclude.
Well, I guess the conversation earlier was that there was about 20 homes down there, not necessarily townships. And so I guess I was looking at the homes rather than the townships as a whole. Well, I realize that, but are the 20 homes, do they make up all of the townships? The whole township? Well, then just the main difference.
Yeah.
Whichever.
So if somebody else goes down there and builds a home, though, then they're included in it, is that right? Only the 20 homes that are existing today, but the new ones that get built tomorrow, they would be included.
It would certainly be nice if it was a geographically described legal description, because then you know. That would make it clear.
Maybe that's
so you
why
wouldn't
they've
have-
got a legal description on this resolution.
Right.
Rather than.
So, yeah,
houses.
if there's a portion of that legal description that you would like to remove, and if somebody's got that handy on the top of their head, then great. Otherwise, if we need a break or a continuance of the matter to have an appropriate legal description.
Well, I would change my original motion then to include the townships.
To exclude the township.
To exclude the townships, those 3 townships, and what's the name of them?
Emily and Scenic.
Scenic, Castles,
And Emily.
There's Scenic, there's Castle View, there's Emily, and there's the Canada. Those 4 townships are along the 44, and they've all had representatives here today. Sorry.
okay? Rather than 20, my plus or minus 20 homes, those 4 townships.
Jason Culberson, I'm the EMS chief for the Rapid City Fire Department. I run the ambulance service portion for the fire department. So what you're talking, and I want to understand, I was asked to put forth that time distance study, to ask for it, got GIS, got the ambulance district piece drawn in there. My concern that we keep talking about is removing those townships off of that after doing this time distance study. And if what you're asking, which no one has asked us, is if we're okay taking over those townships as primary ambulance response. At first, if the time distance studies came out okay, where it was faster for us to go to that 44 corridor, absolutely. I am here for patient care, number one. So we look at the time distance study, it shows Wall can respond to that area quicker than we can. And there were parameters set in there by Rapid City, Pennington County GIS. This is a combined department of ours to set up these maps. So I want to make this, so I understand and I'm clear that what you're asking of the fire department, if they remove those townships from the Wall tax district, you're asking us to respond at this point, to be primary responder? Or are you just,
Not part of the motion, it's,
Okay.
they can contract with
and
whoever
I
they
need
want.
to understand that as I sit back here to make sure I'm getting it fully, that, because we've had some discussions that I think the townships want to have that happen. But I'll have a difficult time not having Wall respond to that area if they are quicker by this time distance study on a legal standpoint for the fire department.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I might, I wanted to ask, I don't understand the time distance situation, because I think we all know that the patient's not going to be there anyway. I mean, anybody in his right mind, and I've been in lots of ambulance services, and I'm a trained EMT, and I'm a former mortician, so I know death and I know life. But I can tell you this, that if I'm out there and there's somebody who's got a problem that's with me, I'm going to put them in the car and I'm going to head for Rapid City, and I'm going to call Rapid City and ask to have your ambulance meet me wherever we can meet when we get there. And so that leaves Wall still trying to get down to Highway 44. So the time distance study doesn't do a lot for me.
But it does for us as an ambulance service. I cannot be a proponent to have you place a patient in the back of a pickup truck and transport them to the hospital. We do a lot of stabilization, and
Maybe you can't, but I can tell you this, that's the prudent thing to do.
that is your right as an American citizen to be able to do that. And that's fine. We have that happen all the time. I'm not saying that. You have a lot of other instances of calls in that area. I'm not here to get into that piece of it. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on where we were going with this conversation, so.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
have one question. Is there areas in western South Dakota where there isn't an ambulance response area? You know, where it's so far away that they don't have ambulances?
They do, and usually it's a fair distance. Buffalo would be a common one.
Yeah.
Where you figure Buffalo Bison is the main ambulance responder for a very large district, very large area. Rapid City Fire Department is an ALS responder, the primary ALS responder for this county, for Pennington County and the city of Rapid City. So we're doing the backup piece to that. We're not doing 100% primary response to those areas.
I guess what I was hearing those people down in those districts saying they didn't want to be, they would take care of themselves, and that's what people have done for a good number of years, and so I don't think anybody was implying that we would automatically place the
Okay.
Rapid City ambulance as the primary responder for down there. I guess if this motion should happen to pass, and frankly, I'm not going to vote for it, but if it should happen to pass, my guess would be that, you know, they're going to have to take care of themselves like people did years and years before.
There's not much in the state of South Dakota that's not covered by an ambulance service that isn't gonna get taken care of. Here's it, regardless, 911's gonna get called, someone's gonna respond. It's a matter of whether it's the fire department, Rapid City Fire Department and our ambulance or Wall. They call 911, they're gonna get a response whether they're in the taxing district or not. Just as New Underwood left and stopped ambulance service, becomes a very big concern for the city of Rapid City Fire Department and the Pennington County ALS ambulance service. We have to start doing more and more and going farther and farther, which costs, plain and simple.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have substitute motion. We'll have a roll call vote.
Trump,
No.
Holloway,
No.
Musgrave,
No.
We're on luck, Lindell.
Davis,
Yes.
Peterson,
All right. We're back, the substitute motion has failed, so we are back to the original motion made by Commissioner Holloway to deny the resolution. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a roll call vote on that.
Peterson?
Aye.
Huskberg?
Aye.
You left me out, thank you.
Davis?
Aye.
Holloway?
Aye.
Trump?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay. Item 17, the SDSU Pennington County Extension Memorandum of Understanding.
I think they're too. The thing is, when something happens on here, they're gonna call an ambulance. Of course they are.
You big meanies beat up on us. Oh, are we gonna petition against them since they beat up on us?
Okay.
Have this much money for the extension.
It'd
be somewhere.
I'm going to just make some remarks here because this issue has been kind of carried forward over an extended period of time. We have the Dean of Agriculture, Barry Dunn, here, and Dan Odekoven, have several people representing Extension, but Holly Hennes, our administrative assistant, has been working with Carla Troutman relative to some of the technicalities of state and federal requirements. And at this point, we have in our packets, you may or may not have found them, a memorandum of understanding between SDSU Extension and counties of South Dakota. And this is a memorandum based on codified law in South Dakota. And it essentially, if signed by the chair of the commission, chair of the Extension Advisory Board, and the director of SDSU Extension, lays out an agreement that allows 4-H work to be conducted in the county and county funds and facilities to be provided to accommodate that process. In addition, since the change has taken place in the structure of Extension, in the case of Pennington County, the expanded food and nutrition program assistants or agents are housed in the Pennington County Extension Office. And since they are funded federally, there are programs, or there is an arrangement whereby they will pay a portion of the costs in the extension building itself and for carrying out the programs that they are tied to federally. Now, that's a pretty superficial discussion of the details. And Holly, we may call on you to respond to some of the specifics, but is there anyone wishing to comment regarding these? Please come forward.
Mr. Chair, before you get started, if one of the other questions I think that at least we talked about here before and that I have a question in my mind is when we're appointing this Extension Advisory Board for the 4-H, it appeared to me that the SDSU had wanted to appoint their board, but yet we already had a board, and so now we were going to have two boards, and I'm wondering if there isn't a way to make one board work. And I did read through some of this where they were concerned about civil rights and all of that kind of stuff, but you would still think that we could make it all happen with one board, and so maybe the gentleman could address that.
I would comment, preempt
Okay.
Dr. Dunn. Essentially, the 4-H expansion and promotion committee that's called for federally can exist and function and be created in addition to our administrative extension board. The extension board that is required in state law would be the administrative end of it. You could have 15 committees under this structure that would not be signing memorandums with us because there's no provision in law to do so.
I don't know, it just seemed like bureaucracy at work, if you had to have two boards to overlook the whole thing, but.
For years and years, they've had 4-H horse committees, they've had 4-H Leaders Association, they've had 4-H dog committees, and none of them have had to come here and do business with the county commission. It's all been within the unit.
So will these two boards have to come to do business with us?
No.
Neither one of them?
Just the extension board.
Yeah, because I never understood it that way until today. Everything that, to me, had been presented to us showed that, and in fact, I felt like we were not supposed to have the board mandated by state law, that we were supposed to operate under this new one. And nobody ever, until today, with you, said that wasn't the way it was going to be. And so I guess I wish I had known that much earlier, but I think it was an extreme frustration because I did help Holly with this, that we felt like we were continuing to have two governing boards. And I look back through this and I read through this and I have this nice thick file and I still am quite surprised to hear that from you today, because that is not what I get from this, all this information.
Okay.
So.
You wish to comment?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. I'm Barry Dunn. Serve as the Dean of Agriculture and Biological Sciences at South Dakota State University, and also am serving as the Director of the Cooperative Extension Service in South Dakota. First, I appreciate and understand and thank you for your patience during this really tumultuous year of reorganization of SDSU Extension. I was with you last summer and appreciated that opportunity to visit with you. The situation we're in can be dealt with certainly several ways, and we would work with you either way. Most counties in South Dakota have chosen to operate with one board serving both functions. First as an extension board, and secondly that same board serving as a promotion and expansion committee, kind of a co-function. And but the alternative that Commissioner Peterson, Chairman Peterson, has put forth works too. And I think if you look in your memorandums, we suggested either would work, and we'll work with you however we need to. So only one would come and work with you, and that's the legal according to state statute, which would be the Extension Advisory Board.
I'm thankful that I'm hearing from you that we could operate under one board, because it does not make sense to me to have two boards. And that's been my point from the very beginning. It seemed like it was such a cross purpose, and I felt like, okay, so then we're going to have two commissioners committed to two different boards. We're going to have to appoint two people to each of those boards. And the overall purpose to me was the same. And I did not see a difference between all of this civil rights information we've gotten over and over again when our state law creating the advisory board has that same language and is expecting the individual boards to honor those civil rights rules and laws. And then we've just gotten a lot of information, and to me, one board makes sense. And so I guess until today, we have been operating that there's two boards. Now we are saying one board and one committee, and we're also saying one board. And to me, I think it should be one board. And I think we can accomplish everything that we need to accomplish with, and the civil rights issue should not have been such a big issue because it's already included in state law. You have an opinion from last summer from the Attorney General about that. I mean, it just seemed like it got really out of hand here. And I'm really sorry about that because we just wanted a straight, simple answer. Can we have one board?
I think I'm correct. Every other county in South Dakota is having one board. I think I could be off. I think that's, and it's functioning, and so it's, to Chairman Peterson's point, it could have, it serves as its own subcommittee to promote and expand 4-H. That's how it's functioning in other counties, yeah.
That's what it should.
Mr. Chairman.
We,
I just want to say, and I go along with what Commissioner Troutman said. I can guarantee you if we charged all of the paperwork back to you that for $1 a sheet that Holly's had to work on since we started this fair, you guys wouldn't have a budget left. And I tell you, this dazzle us with brilliance or baffle us with something else hasn't gone very far with me when you start waving that civil rights stuff in front of our face. And I don't know who was responsible for writing that, but whoever did that should find a new job.
That's someone in Washington. I've been through two civil rights reviews.
But again, we've got the civil rights stuff right here in state of South Dakota built into our statutes, and we could have said a long, long time ago, this one board is going to suffice to do all of this. And up until today, my thoughts were, okay, let's just make a motion to terminate the budget and get on with life. So.
Your motion?
Yeah.
We're not having a budget hearing here at the moment.
So, Mr.
Anyway.
This is part of the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, in view of the fact that we can still legally honor South Dakota's laws and still satisfy the civil rights issues that were brought up to us over and over, even though South Dakota law includes it, I move that we have just the one committee, according to what South Dakota law has, and that we proceed that way.
Would you consider, I think that basically says sign this memorandum. Would you set your motion up in such a way that it authorizes the signature of the memorandum or not? In fact,
Just review that real quick, just to make sure that it has just the,
That's this one here, Linda. That's this one that you're talking about.
Yeah. Actually, we have two, one for the expanded food and nutrition
I'd rather do the
program.
different, I have a question about the nutrition program. It's still, I'm not sure that this memorandum is that clear. To me, it sounds like we're still talking about two boards, and I'd rather have that reviewed and have it more specific.
Do you have any comments, Holly?
I thought it was specific towards, geared towards extension only. Maybe I missed something. But you should have.
Well, we have some third-party agreement issues in here and so on that, I mean,
Maybe I didn't get them all.
yeah, okay.
But we can, if you want to make the motion to approve the MOU, we can do that today, and I can work with Jay and make sure that we have it all in proper order.
Okay, I'm fine with that then.
So is that your motion?
Yes, to add the review between the state's attorney and Holly. Yeah.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Just a question for the gentleman. You've seen this, obviously, you've seen this memorandum of understanding. Is this the one that other counties have, similar to the one that other counties have put together that operate with just one?
I'm not sure exactly what you have, so is that the one that we originally sent you,
It
Holly?
is, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that's
Well, the original one had the food and nutrition.
Yes, that's all we did was
removed. Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to see, if this resolution passes, or this motion passes, to sign this memorandum of understanding, that not only does the chairman sign it, but he also initials both pages. So down the road someplace, we're not having any doubts about what we signed.
I think we can handle that. Okay, so your motion, Commissioner Troutman, is this one, not the expanded food and nutrition one?
Right.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. One no vote. Now we have the memorandum of understanding between Pennington County and Extension related to the expanded food and nutrition program. And I think we have one of the nutrition assistants here, do we not? Or do we? Yeah. Oh, okay. But essentially, this memorandum deals with what, sharing some office expense and the responsibilities, item 4. SDSU Extension agrees to provide salary and benefits, travel expense, office supplies and equipment, postage, demonstration, educational supplies, and 1/3 of the telephone technology charges. And they will, so and they would be housed in our building as they have been since 1969.
Mr. Chair, I do have some questions. This program, this nutrition program, is a federal grant, right?
Yes, it is.
And when that grant is written, are there provisions in the budget that's submitted that would provide for the cost of office space, equipment, and supplies?
Not in total. It's been a program that the state, county, and federal government has shared for many, many, many years. And so it's always been a state-county partnership. So we,
Because it does kind of bother me, and it has for a couple of years, and especially with the changes and the extension service moving basically out of our building,
Tell me what I'm missing.
it kind of bothers me that federal funding comes through for office, but we provide it free to you. And that kind of bothers me, and I guess I'd like a response on it.
well, I think Commissioner Troutman, I certainly understand your concern. I hope I do. Trying to, but it's really about the citizens that we serve in Pennington County. It's thousands of people receive benefits who are citizens of Pennington County. So it's not for us. It's that you do this. It's for your own citizens, and it is.
But you do get paid through that grant to fund the office space.
Not in total. It's always been a partnership.
So how much do they give you? 2/3 of the cost, or?
Yeah, I can get back to you on that. This is one of these things in change. For many, many, many years, If we pay, then we reduce services to the county. If we are allowed to pay full rent, and then it cuts into our ability to serve the county, so.
Don't pay any rent.
If I could ask a question, Mr. Chair. So the money you get, the full dollar amount that you're getting right now, you're providing services to people who are in need.
Right.
And if I'm hearing you right, if you paid Pennington County some rent for that building down there, it would come out of that same pot of money. It's not a separate pot of money.
Well, I've got several of these on my mind right now, but generally there is allocations for salary, allocations for operations and maintenance, and so I have to make sure that we could cross boundaries on those allocations.
Okay.
But the program was originally put in as a state, county, federal partnership.
Yeah.
So
I think what our concern would be is that if you're getting money for rent and you're using it for your office at a different location, then that wouldn't be right.
No, we're not.
But if you're getting a set amount of money and you're spending it for this program, just this program, then frankly, I'm fine with it.
Well, I will communicate with Holly on the details of the allocation we get for Pennington County.
Yeah. And if there's any of it that you're using to pay the rent in the other building, give it to us.
I see. No, it's not. That money cannot be used for the regional center, the F&F money. So.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, another thing, when we originally did the third, if, correct me if I'm wrong, Holly, for the telephone system, it was based on a third for Master Gardeners, third for 4-H, and a third for the nutrition program. But since Master Gardeners have left, do we change that?
Do you need it to be half and half then?
I'm just bringing that up.
We kind of need to find out where Mr. Gardner's even is.
Yeah.
That's one that's up in the air right now.
They're in limbo.
We had him in the original MOU.
Yeah.
My guess would be if you're talking about a third of the phone bill and moving it to a half, the highest use would definitely be the 4-H. And the expanded food and nutrition people are working with Mother Butler Center in different places, and I doubt if they get too many phone calls.
No, and Lindell's right, they really don't. Kathy talked analogy, and for the third part and stuff like that, from what knowledge you said they could do with the phone line and internet without the taxes part, so it'd be, a couple bucks more. It was about $110.55 on dividing it out and stuff. For that, they pay for their own separate phone line and their own internet for the deal. And then for copies, since we're on a base contract, so if we had to pay for our own, we keep track of how many are doing copies and things like that. But since we're doing a base contract, it helps with, we don't have to pay for repairs if something happens. Like one year we had to pay for a new drum for it, and that would have been $1,000. But since we were on a contract, the copy place, Dakota Business, had to, they paid for that plus the toner and things like that. So for a third of that would be about $66. FNet would pay for their third and stuff. So we would have to refigure that if we want to do the half part or figure out the other way. But that's what we had for right now for our monthly bills, around $485 for it. So for the phone bill and internet. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I don't know if you have a copy of this in front of you or not, do you?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Well, it says here in item 4 in the first paragraph in the bottom sentence, it says, EFNEP will reimburse the nutrition assistants for official use of their personal vehicle, meals and lodging on official business away from their county office headquarters at rates and policies equal to or above those established by the State Board of Finance. how can you be above those established by the State Board of Finance?
If we travel to, often Rapid City, and we can't get state rates, then we can ask for a waiver of that and get the difference paid for. If there was a meeting in Cheyenne for an out-of-state meeting, then we can request the difference between state rate, and that's what it's for. So it's just the difference between what a motel might cost in Cheyenne or Minneapolis if someone traveled there for training. So,
Or if you came to Rapid City during the rally.
yeah. We'd be asking to stay with you, Lindell. So.
I'm sure you got a barn with a lot of hay in it, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Any further discussion? What's your wish relative to the expanded food nutrition memorandum?
I'd make a motion to authorize the chairperson's signature on the memorandum of understanding between Pennington County and the South Dakota State University Extension Expanded Food and Nutritional Education Program.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Any further discussion?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm going to vote no until I know about that funding from the grant.
The gentleman said he'd give us some money if there's money in there to pay rent with.
It doesn't say it in the MOU, though.
Well, if you can't take a man for his word, then I wouldn't sign the damn thing next time.
Any further comments? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
3-2.
You didn't.
Motion carried.
I did.
Commissioner Troutman, I will personally make sure that we communicate with the chairman about that.
I would appreciate that, because we've had some difficulty getting true information, so,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask for one more motion? Now that you've approved the Extension Advisory Board, can you make a motion for me to proceed with advertising to get our current board in place?
That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We should have had you up here before.
Yeah, you could have kept
was
this
quick.
going.
Any discussion on that motion?
Is that on the agenda for today?
It's part of the extension.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Moved and seconded.
I just our lemonade remover is shaking his head yes, so I guess I got to go along with it.
Okay.
All right.
Any further discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Move on, thank you, Holly. Move on to items from the auditor, and it says 9:15.
I didn't think we'd ever get Mr. Chair, I didn't think we'd ever get to 9:15.
Good morning, KJ Peterson, Chief Deputy Auditor. We have two posted supplements this morning. The first one is a supplement requesting $2,290 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to the senior citizens 2012 budget. During the process of approving the 2012 budget, there was a little bit of back and forthness, and what was officially approved in September did not include this 2,290. Holly's requesting that we correct that now so that we can pay them the proper amount.
My motion.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the supplement to the senior citizen budget. Any comments from the board?
KJ, this is unassigned funds, but it's really out of the reserves. Is that where it's at?
Well, remember when I came to you late last year and talked to you about the new languages that we've used? So basically, unassigned is basically, it's not in a specific reserve. It's like the unreserved fund balance. So.
Any comments from the public? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Second supplement request is for $6,722. Again, currently in the unassigned general fund balance and requested to be going to the 2012 search and rescue budget. The $6,722 was actually additional revenue that was received in 2011. We actually did a supplement last year for about $34,000, which was the amount they expected to receive. And then when the money came in, it was this much more. Brian Mueller, Chief Deputy Sheriff, is requesting that those additional funds now be supplemented to the 2012 budget for further expenditures.
That would be my motion.
And I'll second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to supplement the search and rescue budget. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is.
Yes.
KJ, and for the public's knowledge, where did this $6,722 come from?
It came from the state. I'll read Brian's
In
little
the form
letter.
of a grant?
I think it was for reimbursement of, and I don't know if it was specifically a grant that they applied for, but more search and rescue gets certain reimbursements when they go out and do things. And when they initially got that money, they were going to use it to purchase some new vehicles, and the amount came in higher than what they'd originally requested. So I don't think it's like a flat grant where you just make application.
Okay, so if it's reimbursement for expenditures, I might say instead of a grant.
Who was going to come up behind me here and give me a little?
If it was a grant, I was going to see if we couldn't keep our precedents going, and I'd make a motion to just turn that back to the state and federal government, so we don't spend that money.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
may. Kevin Tone, Pennington County Sheriff. If these are reimbursements, which I believe they are from the state, whenever we go out and fight like wildland fires, the state reimburses search and rescue for use of the equipment. That's what the reimbursement would be for.
Well, I guess I can't get my grants shoved in on deal on 5 minutes.
But, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is from unassigned, what?
The reason the language reads that it is from unassigned fund balance is because the revenue was received in 2011. It wasn't supplemented in 2011. So at the end of the close of that year, it went into the unassigned, unreserved fund balance in the general fund.
And that's money just sitting there that we can use for anything?
Correct.
I'm afraid before I vote for this, I'm gonna purchase of a new vehicle for search and rescue. They need a new vehicle?
They just got 2 or 3 new ones.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. We went through all this justification last year, and I don't have the information in front of me, but Brian's here and he can maybe speak to it. But we went through this last year and talked about a replacement cycle in our vehicles and replaced one earlier, and now we're in the process of replacing a second one. And it's a Forest Suburban, and I had a previous memo to you that had all the mileage and everything else on the other vehicles, and I don't have that with me.
Okay, but that's the vehicle that we're talking about.
Correct.
Didn't, Mr. Chair? Didn't we already buy 2 new vehicles for them? Seems to me we're supposed to, over $100,000 worth of vehicles that we just approved here a while back.
That's correct.
So this is the 3rd vehicle.
This will be the third one in that replacement cycle we previously talked about.
And so how much is that? You haven't gone out for a bid for the 3rd one yet?
we're waiting for is for the 2012 state contract to come out so we can see what's available on the 2012 contract. That comes out, I think, in October. 2013, but it comes out in October this year for the 2013 vehicles.
Any further discussion? Do we have? Hearing no further discussion, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Sheriff Tom, you're next. This is the virtual server.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, if Mike Peterson came back or not, Mike was here earlier and he said if he wasn't here, I could speak for him. So since we're cost sharing on this particular piece of equipment. And what it is, it's an unanticipated expense that came up. And we want to consolidate 17 servers into one. And through that process, it's called server virtualization. And I've asked Kurt Maxwell to come here and speak about that process. It's what the county has done with their system over the last couple of years. And what generated it was recently we had the system go down once again, and I've enclosed several memos that have detailed out the problems we've had with the Honeywell system. And the reason Buildings and Grounds is going to cost share it with us is the Honeywell system operates the HVAC, the security, and the door locks. So it's a joint system that both serves Mike's purposes and our purposes at the sheriff's office. The most recent incident, we were down from 11 a.m. till after 1 o'clock in the morning the next day. And what that means is when this system goes down, it's literally the brains of the entire system. So we were in a gray out, if you will, with emergency lighting and manual keying the doors, which also means that the entire facility is in lockdown during that period. And this potentially compromises not just inmate safety, but staff safety. The intercom system's down. It interferes with the video system, so it compromises the entire facility. And we just can't have that. And based on the history of the problems we've had, we've also initiated discussions with Honeywell as to how to solve this as we go forward. And they're coming with a proposal and going to meet with us. And in talking to Mike Peterson, as we move forward with the county expansion, the goal was to isolate the jail onto its own system. So it's kind of removed from the rest of the county system. So if there's a hiccup in the county system, it doesn't disrupt the jail. And likewise, if there's a problem with the jail, it's easier to isolate and identify the problem. And by virtualizing, this will help do that. And this is something that's been talked about for a couple of years when I talked to Honeywell as to one of the solutions that would help troubleshoot and have less problems, frankly, as we go forward. So the request is Buildings and Grounds will put in $10,000, which is some money they saved from the HVAC system they did at JSC. It come in a little bit less. We'd put in $20,000 out of this year's budget, and are asking for $50,000 out of the equipment reserve, which Julie told me earlier this morning had a balance of $196,000 something. I don't remember the remaining balance, but with that, I would stand for any questions, and Kurt Maxwell's here to talk about the advantages of virtualization and why that's a good concept. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Kevin, looking through the list of problems that we've had with that system for years over there, and we signed a maintenance contract with Honeywell in 2009, and they agreed at that time to bring on someone who would be specialized just in that operation over there. And it looks like, and I thought at that time, I mean, I was involved in that as sheriff then, I thought at that time that was going to take care of the problem. But obviously, in looking at the continuation of problems that you've had with it, that didn't solve the problem. It continued on. Do you think, I mean, what's going to make this any different than the maintenance contract and the specialists that they brought on board to take care of that in the past?
a couple things is, in our discussions with management in Honeywell further up the food chain as a result of this last incident. It was clear to them that they weren't fully aware of all the issues we'd been having. They're claiming not all that got sent up beyond a certain pay grade in Honeywell, if you will. So they made a commitment to, sit down and readdress it and recommit to Pennington County in terms of fixing the problem. And whether we stay with Honeywell or go with a different system for our security portion of it, HVAC can stand alone. This is something that needs to happen anyway. Virtualization isn't specific to Honeywell. It can be specific to any vendor, but it is something that needs to happen, again, whether it is Honeywell or a different vendor. And one question you'd asked me is there some salvage value in the servers? And I've talked to our IT and to county IT, and some of the servers are old and need to be replaced anyway, and Kurt could give you some idea as to cost. And some of them, yes, we can salvage and put into other county departments that have some needs,
So, I know Honeywell has probably said it didn't go up the food chain, but I went a long ways up the food chain trying to get this problem solved over the years. And I guess I'm just expressing to you that you might not be solving the problem that you think you're going to solve with this, with Honeywell, because they assured me that they were going to take care of those problems when we done that maintenance contract. Now, will you continue with the maintenance contract as well, or is that going away when you do the virtual server?
Well, that's going to be part of our discussion when we sit down with them here in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I think the virtualization is our cost regardless. What happens in our discussion with Honeywell, I think it's outside the scope of the maintenance contract. It's up to us to provide, that part of the IT system.
But part of the maintenance contract that we did was that they were saying, well, you guys aren't taking care of your servers out there. And so we agreed, okay, you give us a guy that's specialized in this. We'll sign this contract with you, which is pretty expensive. And then we'll keep this system running great for you. And it's apparent, looking at your documentation here, that didn't happen. And so I would just encourage you to take a look at that service contract, see if it's still needed once you go with this virtualization, and then I'm not sure that they're going to take care of your problems for you, but I'll support this.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think it's a discussion we should have once we get the virtualization done, assuming if you approve it, is have a discussion with county IT and see what we can take on internally and remove out of the maintenance contract and reduce those costs possibly.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of along with what Don is saying. Sometimes when you look through these records of the problems, and it seems like the Honeywell representative just wasn't always able to solve any of your issues. And I was wondering if you could get somebody different who knew what they were doing. That's the truth of it. When you go through and he says over and over, well, we'll do this, and then that doesn't work, and then you do this, and then you do that, based on his advice, it can sometimes make you wonder, well, do they really know? As far as the virtualization, I think we need to bring up our level of technology in our county, and so I will support that. But as you go through your maintenance agreement and so on, and if the guy didn't pass on the problems like he should have, and under a maintenance agreement, I just think maybe there should be a request to see if there's somebody more qualified to handle your issues. And then the other thing here, was this the only bid that you got for this virtual servers, or was there anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we actually got 3 quotes.
Okay,
And,
that's all.
one was directly from HP, one was Golden West. I'm drawing a blank on the third one, so.
Okay, all right, I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
To just expound on that just a little bit, would we be, when we're dealing with Honeywell and we're not getting what we need from them in order to maintain a safe and secure system for our employees in the jail. We're gonna go down this road and they're gonna assure us again that they're going to do this, and if we have to wind up with going to somebody else, should we be requiring that, they reimburse the county for funds expended because of their lack of knowledge, but we'll say bad advice?
It's a discussion we can have with Honeywell, but I think this is a county cost regardless if it's Honeywell or ABC vendor, whoever it might be. This is our responsibility to provide this piece, and what Commissioner Holloway was talking about as well is, the servicing of our equipment as part of the maintenance contract. And I think Honeywell has dropped the ball on that, and historically, it sounds like you had to go, stand on them to get their attention, and then they'd be good for a while, and then it lapses, and
I guess that's what I'm talking about, is the contract, not necessarily the equipment, because maybe we do have to have this equipment, by the looks of things, probably. But if we're getting bad advice on how to operate this equipment and make it work in our system, maybe that's something we should be looking at.
I agree.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I guess I would just say, for the benefit of the rest of the commissioners here, I think long-term, and I had this conversation with the sheriff, I think long-term what the county needs to do is get a person who can be trained up in this system, and we have our own person on staff who will take care of it rather than, and probably working through IT that can take care of it rather than relying on Honeywell. I mean, we were getting enough of this equipment out there and enough of this security stuff that having a person who's going to take an interest in our problems rather than the company's problems would be better.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the chair does entertain a motion.
I will make a virtual motion to approve this. I'm not sure what that means. It might mean no, but.
Is there a second?
I would virtually second.
The discussion that I will allow to follow
Is virtual.
is not conditioned on any kind of computer language, virtual or otherwise. You asked for the floor.
I'm wondering, and I'll ask Commissioner Troutman and Commissioner Holloway this, because they're the ones that sat in on the building committee and things. If we wait and put this in as part of the building, will that come out of the building funds for this $80,000? And,
I don't believe so, because this is in the jail. This is for the jail operation, which has nothing to do with our current building project.
Yeah,
And I would agree with
Would
the
it-
sheriff. I think this is just an upgrade of our equipment, and it's kind of moving to a new area of technology, and so I think that's probably our expense. I do think we've identified a problem that needs to be solved long-term, though.
I guess where I was coming at with that statement is that if we're going to separate the two, could we separate it at the time we do the building project starts and?
Oh, I see.
But I don't know. That's just a dream, so whatever. I'll take you guys' information.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may just, Mike Peterson did talk about that, Commissioner Davis, in terms of, could we wait and do this, when the campus expansion is done and isolate? But with the problems we're having, we both agreed that we needed to do something now rather than wait till 2 years when the building was done, but we did have that discussion.
Any further discussion?
Just one question. I guess I'm not sure what the motion is and if in fact it included the actual 50,000. We would need to supplement that to a
Yeah,
budget,
that's what I was
schedule a
thinking.
hearing. And might as well do that now so we don't have to come back and do it again. We can take that motion and include the proper language to schedule the hearing for the next meeting at 9:15. And, yes, they are. And we can supplement it into the buildings and grounds budget or the sheriff's budget. It doesn't really make any difference. And then when the expenses come out, Mike and the sheriff will get that right.
Is that satisfactory with the motion maker?
Yes.
Secretary, do you have that sorted out? Thank you. And the second. Does this,
I think I second.
we're all squared away, right? Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would there be a chance to take a 5 or 10 minute break?
That was gonna be my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to take a 10-minute break.
Selected by the board to be a spokesman today. And I know we're in a budgeting process and the commissioners are looking for the departments for their budget requests for next year. And part of that is healthcare premiums and the cost to healthcare and how we budget for that. We are looking at some plan changes, and we're having a meeting April 23rd. We're looking at the whole plan, office visits, increasing the deductible, changing our pharmacy plan for prescription drugs. And April 23rd is when we're meeting with representatives to bring us some cost estimates on what we can change, what type of dollars we may realize by the changes. But in the meantime, your budget deadline is for tomorrow at 5 p.m. You want all the department heads to submit the budget, so the Healthcare Trust Board met last week on April 10th, and we have a recommendation for the board. One of the big issues is the stop-loss premium. Last year, our premium was a little over 800,000. This year, it's going to $1 million plus. And if you look at some of the claims we've had, they've spent more money, about $300,000 more so far our fiscal year than what they collected in premiums. So that's a reason we're looking at a stop-loss premium increase. And with the premium increase, which takes effect July 1st, that's the fiscal year of the Healthcare Trust Board plan, we have enough funds to pay that premium through the end of the year. But next year, we're looking for some help from the county commissioners. So the motion that came out of the Healthcare Trust Board was we were going to request $181,000 from the county general fund be put in the healthcare trust fund for next year, for 2013. And we're also asking for a 5% premium increase for all members of the healthcare, which would take effect January 1st. And with those changes, we're also looking at changing our deductibles and our pharmacy plan. So there's a lot of things going on at the time, but I know you needed some direction and wanted the healthcare board to give you our recommendation, and that's what it is. We're asking for $181,387 to help pay for the increase in the stop-loss premium for 2013, and also a 5% premium increase across the board for all healthcare members. With that, I'll try to answer questions. There's members of the healthcare board here. I know that our chairman is here, but with that, fire away and I'll see if I can answer.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. A 5% premium increase for all departments, for all healthcare members. But that's not a 5% increase for all healthcare members. That's a 5% for each department. I mean, and the county picks up some of that.
That's correct.
So it's not a 5% increase for the healthcare member.
Well, yes, the member will pay a 5% increase also. The county matches 75% of the single, and I believe 50% of the two-party, and half of the family, correct. So yes, there's an additional cost to the county with a 5% premium increase.
75%, 3 times what
Well, just on
Not
the-
really, because with the family, it's it's difficult to figure, okay. But there will be an increase there.
Yes, there will.
How much money do you think 5% premium paid is going to amount to?
1% is about $35,000. Was it
40, it was 45,
1% is 45,000.
correct.
Tiny, is it 45,000 county or total?
Total. That's total. A 1% increase in the premiums will generate 45,000 in revenue.
So 5% is 5 times that whole big shot.
Yep,
Isn't it?
correct, yeah.
But
So we're looking at quarter of a
So
million.
225,000 is what the 5% increase will generate.
But 60% of that will be paid by the county.
No, just, I don't know.
Yeah, I
guess
figured it out. It's
Oh, you figure,
60%.
okay. You're ahead of me then.
Yep.
I know it's 75% single and then two-party and families.
Roughly 60%.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be a round number.
So now you're looking at 60%, 225,000 more.
Plus 181.
Correct. Well, the 225,000 is a combination of employee, the member, plus what the county contributes. And I guess 60% of 225 would be the answer we're looking for.
I'm not sure what the question is, but.
The 60%, you know, how much more is the county gonna pay?
6 times 2 would be 120, and 25 would be about $140,000.
Are you pondering, or
No, I think I'm done.
last thing I heard you say was you weren't sure what the question was?
I'm not sure. I think it's about 135 plus 181. We're really looking roughly 316,000 a year more from the county taxpayers to supply, to fund our health insurance program.
But I think that would just be for, you're not asking for the 181 every year after this. It's
No.
just- It's just to get us through this.
Just to get us through
Until
them, and we're,
until the premiums start coming in, and then you're thinking that will generate enough money to pay the stop loss and keep it solvent.
along with the plan changes, which will be paid for strictly by the employees or the members of the healthcare plan. Any changes to the plan, that's additional out of pocket from them, so.
The 5% theoretically will cover after this half a year.
And how much did we put in last year? 500,000
Yes.
into the healthcare?
Yep, pretty close. We've, yeah, if you look at the financial reports, we've had 4 tough years. And, our reserves are down to the point, and some of this increases to build the reserves back up also. If I recall, I think the city of Rapid City put $1 million into their healthcare plan here 2-3 years ago, and then it got healthy, and then they were able to hold the line after that point, so. Healthcare's going up every year, and you read it in the paper every year.
How much do you think it's going up every year?
On, industry, between 8 and
And what have
14%.
we gone up the last 5 years? 3%, 2%?
We
No
went-
wonder we don't have any money.
Yeah, we had a few years where we held the line on premiums, I agree.
Well, and about 4 years ago, our plan was fairly healthy.
Oh, yeah, we had $1 million in reserves, and we were looking good, and then all of a sudden, I mean, that's the trend. If you look at the second page of my handout, at what the premium is, they're predicting that our claims may go down 10%. That's an estimate. If that happens, we could really turn around in a year or two. But they're kind of projecting our overall claims are gonna drop. And that's, I know I'm not an insurance person, actuaries, but that's kind of what they're looking at, and that's what they submitted for our renewal, so we're hoping that also comes into play, which will make us look a lot better in a year or two.
Are you seeking some action today, or is this informational?
No,
for budgeting purposes?
we would like, well, you're gonna need some type of motion so we can proceed with the budget request. You want all the departments to submit a budget by 5 PM tomorrow, and without any guidance, it's gonna be tough to give you an accurate budget numbers.
What impact do you anticipate this April 23rd meeting would have on what we might do today?
Shouldn't have anything.
Just for clarification, when we met on the 3rd, at the last meeting, I believe the direction was going to be that after we had our meeting, the Healthcare Trust Board, we sent the recommended 5% premiums out to the department heads. I believe Julie sent them out about last Wednesday. So at this point, I believe the department heads are working on, and maybe some have completed and submitted to Holly, budgets that include the premiums with the recommended 5% increase.
So the question is, do we need a motion then to accept that? Or is there a possibility that after this meeting on the 23rd, that 5% figure may change?
I don't think that 5%.
I don't think the 5% is gonna change. Our reserves are very low, and any plan changes, it was the intent of the board, is my understanding is that any plan changes were going to help bring our reserves back. So the plan changes that we're gonna be asking the employees to pick up more of the cost so we can build our reserves up. So I don't think any of the plan changes is gonna affect our request today.
So 5% back from the employees might not be enough, maybe it needs to be 10%.
Well, if the
And,
county decides not to put in the 181,000,
Yeah, but
it
then we're
will be
talking,
at
but we're talking about
9%.
135,000 on top of that 181,000. And then everybody wants a pay raise, so where are we headed with all of this?
Well, your 2% pay raise will not cover what we're asking for an increase in.
And I've been asked by some of the employees that said, if you're gonna put this kind of money into the healthcare system, how about the people that aren't on the healthcare system, and how about giving us that money back that those people that are getting on top of their paycheck that have the healthcare?
All I can say, it's a democracy, and you discussed it earlier. Some things you don't like, but we all have to pay for things we don't use. Best answer I have.
Yeah, but we're sure using those employees.
At this point, essentially, you and the department head need a starting point.
Yes.
What we end up with in September remains to be seen.
Well, right now, the information was sent out to all the department heads to put in a 5% increase for healthcare. And that, if you do not make any motion today, that's what you will see in all the budgets. And then it will be up to you to decide, after you see all the budgets, how much you can put in, or if you don't want to. But it'd be nice to have something established so we all are on the same page.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It would seem to me like we need to pass a motion concerning the 181,387, because if this board is not in favor of that, then that's gonna change this 5% figure. And so, and obviously that 181,387 will be impacted in the 2013 budget, is that correct?
Correct. The way that it would appear in the 2013 budget would be that it would be an operating transfer out of the general fund to the healthcare trust.
But as the auditor's office is figuring the levy and figuring what we're gonna have left in reserve, that money has to be designated for that, and we probably need to do that sooner rather than later.
You have to determine if you're going to take it out of the reserves, or if you're going to levy, include it in the levy. I believe currently the motion the board has for 2013 takes the growth, but not the CPI, perhaps the board wants to change. Those are decisions the board would make during the course of the budget. At this point, you've only addressed, Julie, to you look at the growth.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we approve or authorize for budgeting purposes the $181,387, and I'd like to see it budgeted for 2013 rather than coming in as a supplement out of reserve. So I don't know if you got that in my motion, but so it would actually be budgeted during the 2013 budget cycle to obligate $181,000, so that we're not starting with a number coming out of our reserves before we even get to the first of the year. So that's my motion.
To that motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I do. This is 181,000 a year.
No.
No, just for 2013.
So next year, it'll be 360,000.
No, next year, we're hoping to make plan changes so that next year, the money with making plan changes will have additional revenues in our reserve. We could absorb an increase if there's one forthcoming for 2014.
And that would be plan changes as to maybe what the deductible is or some of those other kinds of things, as well as the 5% increase
Correct.
that we're putting into place. Right. But we shouldn't have to, hopefully you won't be coming back to us to say in 2014, we need another X amount of dollars to pay this stop-loss premium.
Our goal is to come back in 2014 with not having a request.
Maybe a premium increase.
Other than a premium increase.
We let Carmel roll, Nick.
That was the general discussion of the entire group, was that this combination of increased premiums, the increase for the stop loss is the 181 and change, and the decisions that we'll make in the near future regarding a number of things, including deductibles, and quite frankly, an honest hope that perhaps we don't encounter quite so many of those heavy stop-loss claims, will help. All those things will factor into helping the healthcare trust grow a healthier fund balance. I think that the recommended fund balance was right around $950,000.
Just as a county is, when you close your books in 2011, you had a 30% reserve. The Healthcare Trust Board is looking at a 1.8% reserve at the close of our fiscal year. So that's why we're looking at the whole picture. We're not just concentrating on increases or this and that. We've got to make changes to the plan so that our reserve fund comes up. We'd like to get to that 30% that the county has as a whole, but that's our goal. We're trying to plan that way, and all of us are employees of the county. I mean, we're not insurance analysts and look at all that. We're trying to do the best we can with the information we have.
And also, Mr. Chair, you know that it's been mentioned several times, you hope you get healthy. But, and I'm one of those people, as I look at our personnel, our employees, we are aging. And as we age, we are going to have more claims and more possibilities of health issues. And so and I don't like saying that, but I am included in that. And I feel like that's something that the board needs to recognize. And I'm very appreciative that the Healthcare Trust Board has been looking at how they are financially, because, we hope we don't have more claims, but we have more older people than we have younger people in the insured base, and that makes a difference on the kind of claims that you have.
See, right now, if you look at the actuaries and the percentages, and we got some preliminary information from eScripts, our pharmacy provider. We're at, on a national average, we're at like 34.7%. The government employees as a whole are at, I think, 37%. And E-Scripts Group, the that they have contracts with, they're at 35, I believe. So right now, our age line is a little bit below the national average, so, but we're gonna get, well, it depends what your turnover is, but we're always bringing on new employees and so the turnaround, and it'd be nice to maintain that average, but.
I think we're all aging quite a bit today.
There is an alternative.
Yes, that's true.
Boy, this is gonna be loud.
And the other thing the board is doing, we've already passed a motion, and I believe we're gonna start in, like December, or January next year, we're gonna go out for, requests for proposals from, private insurance carriers, to give us a proposal on what they would, look at our plan, and can they offer us a better plan than what we have at a cost saving. So, the board's already made that motion that we're gonna go out and seek quotes for 2013, fiscal year July 1st of 2013.
And the reason that is a very time-consuming process, so we didn't even begin to think we could look at that for our 2012 renewal. We'll probably start in, like Heine said, November, December with some committee information to gather and going out for some kind of quotes, see how many people even want to look at us. There's always that contender, and take that all the way into the spring of 2013 to make a decision on if, in fact, we would be changing our third-party administrator and/or going to a fully insured, and that would all play in a 2014 budget. But it will take the Healthcare Trust Board eight months of work on that.
And that's one of the comments, and I know a lot of the Healthcare Trust Board members hear that too, is from our employees and say, oh, your plan is too high priced, there's better plans out there, you should be able to save money. So we're gonna do it. That's our goal, is to take quotes from other insurance carriers and see if there is a better deal out there. And if there is, we're all for it.
Okay. Any further comments? In order to stem the advancement of the aging process, we'll call for a vote.
What did you say?
All in favor of the motion we have, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I have a question, though. If I may, Mr. Chairman, it's the same lines. You're gonna have I see your proposed changes to the plan. You want to up the single deductible, you want to up the out-of-pocket to singles. Families, you're just gonna leave alone?
No.
No,
It would be overall, Commissioner Buskerud. If we looked at, if, for instance, we raised the deductible for singles from 500 to 750, then to correlate it, you'd have to adjust your out-of-pocket costs up, and then we would look at it for the employee plus one.
All right, you're gonna include them all.
yes, even the retirees, we're looking at that too.
Do you need anything further from this board relative to the Healthcare Trust Fund?
I guess, do we need the 5%, or we've proposed that to the department heads, they're gonna put it in their budget, and, usually, don't we get a motion to
Mr. Chair,
do that?
I would make a motion for budgeting purposes to accept the recommendation of the Healthcare Trust Board for a 5% premium increase, effective with next year's budget, 2013 budget.
Second.
There's a second? You have a second? Any further discussion? Not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now put on your Highway Department hat. Heidi?
Okay, hopefully this won't generate any additional gray hairs.
Heine, I can hurry this up just a little bit. What Heine's looking for is a award recommendation for structural rehabilitation of a bridge on the Creighton side, $52,816 to JV Bailey Company, and that's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Anything you want to say, Heidi?
Nope, that's fine.
Anything commissioners want to say? Fairly straightforward. Those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
See, that created no gray hairs at all.
Okay?
Slowed up the aging process. Thank you.
All right. There's someone here from IT.
Linda.
Oh, she was hiding behind Nick. No wonder I couldn't see her.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Linda Anderson with the ITS Department. My first proposal I have to you today is to create a new job description that we can have in our ITS department. Right now, we have a Programmer 1 position, and then we have a Systems Analyst position, and we have no intermediate position for people to move into before they move to the Systems Analyst position. So I'm just suggesting that we create, that you create and approve a Programmer 2 job description for the ITS department.
I like these motions that don't cost us any money, so I'll make that motion. Yet.
Is there a second? Yeah, motion and a second. Anyone else have any comments relative to this? Nick, any problems, concerns?
No, Linda and I worked on this, and she identified some issues with it, like she said, and I agree with it, that we have a starting position, and then we have a pretty advanced position. We don't have a step in there for people who are with us and learning and gaining experience. So I think that even though we don't have someone to go in it now, it will serve the IT department in the future.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And now you have another
Now I have
topic.
my second position, my second.
This is gonna cost you money.
And this one will cost, not very much money, but a little bit of money. I'm proposing that we regrade all of the positions in the ITS department. As you are aware, we've been trying to hire a systems analyst for the ITS department, and we've had very poor luck with getting applicants that are qualified. And there will be a direct correlation between the applicants that we're getting and the base salary of a systems analyst. And when you look at these starting ranges, we are very low, even in our own neighborhood, and we're 7,000 to 10,000 lower than like Minnehaha County for the same positions. So I'm just suggesting that we take all of the current positions in our department and we step them up to a different grade level.
That process is handled in what manner? Is this something you do, Nick?
The process, if this were to pass, is yes, KJ and I would work together to change where these current positions are on our STEP program. And then in addition to that, as per our policy, the people in them would be moved to the next position on the scale where they would not lose any money. So, and I believe there was some figures.
Yeah, the annual cost to do this upgrade with the entire ITS staff currently is under 10,000. So it's not a huge amount of money per each individual, but it does move us a little closer to where programmers and analysts and technicians should be.
And just to add, Linda and I spent quite a bit of time researching this and looking around and talking to the best entities we could. And of course, government IT is paid less, so we tried to stick to that as opposed to private ITS firms. So we feel we did the fairest job we could. So we have been working together on this.
Mr. Chairman. Nick, obviously this is part of the wage committee that's been appointed, and is this going to create problems for the wage committee, or is this just part of the whole process that the wage committee will be going through?
Well, and there was some discussion, I believe, with this board, but There was some certain charges that Linda had been given to fill by the time she left. And that date is rapidly approaching. Be it now or in the future, this would be something that the compensation committee would take on. We don't have our processes in place now. I did talk to two individual members of that committee, one feeling that it was best to let this go and we'll take the next one. And then another one who is here, if they want to speak, felt that this was something that we could look at, run through our committee and have back to you guys in a month. So there was some differing opinions. Hopefully in the future, if this was to go through without going through the compensation committee, we would have it set up, ready to go for every other one in the future. Or we can try to run it through and do our best to get this one as the first. So I don't know if that answered your question or not.
May
Commissioner.
I also bring up another
Please.
point? We currently are interviewing for the systems analyst position, and of the people that have applied so far, almost all of them have asked for more money than what, even once we regrade, we'll get a little bit closer to what they're asking for, but they're coming in asking for more money to start than what our current systems analyst position even goes to from the beginning scale of the A to D. So there's a little bit of a timing issue here as well, if we're trying to bring somebody in.
And I
Where do
think-
we?
Then that's, any other request brought to you that wasn't in the IT department would be by a sitting department head. And currently, I guess this is the exception in that we don't have a sitting department head, we have a consultant who's on a contract. And so that's where the differentiation was made on our decision to move forward with it this way.
So Nick, do you support this? The wages and the grades and so on?
Yes, and I think Linda and I did the best we could, and we did back a few off from where other places have, just to try to keep it in line with some of the internal equity. It was done basically the same way we did the last round, which I believe was for dispatch, either last year or the year before. Just doing some internal equity studies and looking at the market. And it is true that IT people are paid in this current economy more than a lot of other industries out there.
Any further discussion? Motion?
I would make a motion to approve the proposed new grade for the above listed positions for the IT department.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A motion and a second to approve the regrade for the IT department. Any further discussion, questions? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're at item 24, the second reading and public hearing of the Pennington County Ordinance 632, which is to regulate open burning. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you recall, 2 weeks ago, we were sent away to come back and make one change to the first reading of the draft ordinance, and that was to give a definition for branding iron burners. And we've done that. We placed the term branding iron burners under Section 1A as an exception to the definition of open fire. And then we also specifically define it under Section 1, subparagraph F. So I think we've accomplished what you requested us to do, and I guess does that definition meet with your approval? Denny apparently is not here today, but he did mention to me that he was involved in this, and he's perfectly fine with it, and so.
I'd make a motion to approve the second reading and adopt ordinance 632.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Open for discussion.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just to remind you that this is, has an emergency clause, meaning under the authority in state statute, if you were to pass the second reading today, this goes into effect immediately before we even leave the room, so it's done.
Great.
Any comments from the audience? Hearing
You did.
none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
I just told him you did good.
All right, now we have item 25, the Pennington County elected officials salary policy. And we have a draft resolution in our packets. Any discussion? Just for information purposes, reading down in the fourth whereas, South Dakota law directs the Board of Commissioners to establish by resolution the salary payable to the county sheriff, county state's attorney, county treasurer, county auditor, and county register of deeds. The salary payable may not be less than the defined schedules as based upon the most recent bicentennial federal census of population for counties according to Chapter SDCL 779.1. And since we've had a federal census, we're at that point in time where the law calls for us to set salaries. We've had some discussion, and a Condrey 2009 study produced the recommended figures that are shown in the draft resolution. County sheriff, 100,000. County state's attorney, 110,000. County auditor, 90,000. County register of deeds, 75,000. County commissioner, 25,000. And those figures, as I said, were from the Condrey study. Since then, we've had some internal and informal effort directed toward those figures. We have some figures written on the backside of this document, and I'm sure our discussion today will produce some more figures.
Would you care to say what you said a while back? We can either pass it, or we can deny it, or we can put it in the trash?
Well, I think you, right, yeah.
I'm not leaving because I don't want to be on the discussion. I can smell our lunch burning.
I see. So, does anyone have any comments, any commissioners that would enlighten us as to what these salaries should be set at?
I will make a comment on the sheriff. I do believe that Commissioner Holloway is right in that we should have a separate amount because the sheriff does serve as coroner. And if at some time the sheriff would no longer be coroner, then that money would not be paid to them, it'd be paid to the coroner, actual coroner. So I guess I agree with that. Don thought 5,000 would be fine. That's fine with me. That makes sense to me.
So the figures that are written here under your name,
Yeah,
you would put a coroner
yeah,
factor in there
yeah,
at 5,000.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And at this point, no one has bravely stepped forward and even suggested a salary for the county commission.
Oh.
Well, do you think I'm gonna do what Meade County did? You're wrong.
Well, they certainly stirred things up, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Well, I'm gonna stir things up here, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
If I may. We, the way I read it, we have, all of these persons on our county wage scale at a certain, level. The state's attorney at a 27, auditor, treasurer, register of deeds at a 25, sheriff at a 28. We have in front of me, I have a 2012 county wage scale, and I guess, my opinion would be that we leave them on there, just where they're at. And that is the state's attorney at 78,800, auditor to treasurer, register of deeds at 65,113, and the sheriff at 86,681. I see no purpose or reason in changing those figures.
But we would eventually remove them off of, or you'd leave them on the scale?
That's yet to be determined. I don't know if I care to leave them on the scale or not. I guess, I'm not sure that I would be in favor of merit raises. I think you'd have to give cost of living raises to keep up with the figures, obviously. But, I mean, it's not going to affect anybody we've got working for us now. But
Just a point of clarification. The figures you read off there, that's what their current salaries are?
no, that's what, if the state's attorney, a brand new and starting next year, would be a 27, and if he starts at step A, it's 78,800. That's what our scale is.
Okay.
I mean, I don't propose reducing our current one down to that, obviously.
Why not?
Bad idea.
Would you read off all of those numbers again, Ron? What
Well,
you
I got
had?
them from the 2012 county
Okay,
wage
I
scale.
had that, so
State's attorney is 78,802. The sheriff is 86,681. And the three-row offices are 65,113. The argument I've heard for raising it is we need to get qualified people in these jobs. I guess since I've been here, we've always managed to attract qualified people somehow. So I don't think that's a question, frankly.
We might just point out that in this proposed wage policy, there's a statement that says current or sitting elected officials' compensation will not be adjusted to the levels indicated. This policy compensation structure applies to newly elected individuals when a new term is started. Once a new individual is elected to office, the salary will revert back to the levels designated. And that's the salaries you were identifying at this point.
And I guess what we just approved was we will have another row office. There will be four of them now with the IT director who will be compensated as a 25, which will be the same as the auditor, treasurer, and register of deeds.
So where are we rated?
Pretty low on the scale.
What's the bottom line?
The concern I would have with that, Ron, is okay, and we did discuss this, if the auditor is brought in at 65,000 plus, that could be something that we talked about where the deputy auditor would make more than the auditor. That is, when we go that low with a salary for an elected official, then we're going to come into that situation a little easier.
Well, that is a possibility.
And
They would have to have been here about, well, it'd have to be up to H or I on the scale, and then you're right.
That would be the only thing about doing it that way.
I would point out that, as I have before, that was the case with Mark Meyer Henry or Mark Burnett when he was Attorney General. Larry Long, his deputy, was earning more than he was. And then when Mark was term limited out, Larry ran and was elected, they just switched positions, and Mark got a raise and Larry got a salary cut. So the fact that a long-term deputy who has the knowledge and skills and history, they may be far more valuable in helping an elected official get started. And I don't see it as a problem myself. Someone's ego might say otherwise, but we aren't paying for egos.
Well, I could probably support Commissioner Buskerud's proposal here if we include with that what those steps are on our scale as part of that motion rather than just the dollar amount, so that if at points in time we want to give a merit raise to an elected official or change that we would have a basis to look at where they would fall on that whole scale.
I think that would be proper.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a little problem talking about merit when it comes to elected officials. The Pennington County Commissioners or no county commissioners in this state has anything to say about elected officials, how they run their office, what they do. The only thing we have is budget process. So I don't know how we can evaluate an elected official for a merit pay raise. I don't know how that we'd even have the education or the experience or to find out how you could do that. The cost of living, I don't have any problem with. No, I had Holly, I think, that took Commissioner Holloway's recommendation of $110,000 for the sheriff and added just 2% onto it for 20 years. If they lasted that long, go out to about $162,000 a year. That would be the final salary after a 20-year period. So that's not a bad salary figure for people in Pennington County or in the state of South Dakota as a whole. And I know on the back of the sheet we have Sioux Falls listed with their salaries and things, and that's why Sioux Falls is damn near broke and having trouble paying their bills, and they've had to opt out of the tax freeze, but I think it's 7 or 8 times so far, just to pay the money they like to spend. So.
Well,
I guess I would just say in 2032, $160,000 might not be very much money if we're paying $15 a gallon for gas.
Well, when you're talking about $15 a gallon for gas, the taxpayers are going to be paying the same amount. So how are they going to afford to pay more taxes to bring those wages up?
I think we could argue this, but I think where we're at right now is I agree with Commissioner Holloway that I'll give you the steps and it's easy, it's right here. And we'll save the merit pay increase for another day.
Was that a motion?
No, not really. We're talking.
See, I think we don't have to call it a merit pay. We can call it a pay adjustment. I mean, that's what the legislature does or used to do when they set those salaries. They didn't call it a merit pay. The elected officials went in and argued to the legislature to get that bottom line raised up. And so at least if we had a scale to look at, we'd know where we could move them to and try to keep some equity between positions by having that grade to look at. So you wouldn't have to call it a merit pay. It would just be a salary adjustment. And when you made that adjustment, you wouldn't adjust it for that particular individual probably for that position.
I agree.
If we're following the law, we would make adjustments periodically, anyway. And so the job categories that you described and read off there, do they connect with the current, they are the job classifications for the current office holders?
The job classifications are the current ones, but then, like, the sheriff is a grade 28, yes. I read off the first step, and I don't think our sheriff is on the first step. I know the rest of them aren't on the first step. The grades were correct. I would just give step A, which is what the new person would be, and where they're at now is a different story.
Do you want to refine that into a motion that our secretary can understand and someone might choose to second?
All right, I would suggest that we do nothing with the elected officials' wage scale, as it's already there. I don't see anything to do with it.
But the secretary has a little difficulty recording.
Not doing anything?
She would have to craft the motion that applied to the grades that you're wanting to keep in place.
Couldn't the motion be just go by the current wage scale that we have on file with the county?
Mr. Chair, if you go with the current wage scale, then aren't you allowing merits? Because the merits are built into those different levels. And I thought that was a bone of contention among us, is that we were concerned about doing merit, not cost of living. And so I think we have to be careful how we make that motion. Because if we refer to that wage scale is set up with merits.
Yes, it is, but it's also set up that we vote on it, and we don't have to vote merits for anybody. However, if you, as long as you leave it on the wage scale, the next commission that comes in here and sits down may decide to give everybody a merit. And
And that's my point.
And it's up to them, then they would have that ability to do it. I'm not saying that forever and a day, we're never gonna give anybody a merit increase again, but, so, I don't know, that's my opinion. As we all know, the commissions come and go, but the employees out there stay forever.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd just like to say also that we've got all elected, or the appointed department heads out there that are doing just as equal a job as the elected ones. And I'll just use highway. I'd have a real problem today if Heine just decided, he said, hell, I'm going to retire, I've had enough of this stuff. I don't know what this county would do without his expertise there. We have the same thing, and we'll just use Scott Guffey, he's not here, but we'll use his name, the weed and pest guy. I mean, if it wasn't for his expertise in carrying forth this bug business, we'd have to probably go out and hire somebody to do it for us. So I think our elected and appointed are pretty much equal as far as what they're worth to the county. And that goes along with our wage scale, I guess.
Okay, where are we?
Yeah,
Right here.
So you were wanting to just leave them where they're at, Ken, on the wage scale? Is that what I heard you say?
No, I'm, the new ones, to use this wage scale and not do anything with the current elected officials. So any new person that would come on board would adhere to that 2012 or 2013 or whatever it is, wage scale.
this was brought up with the previous commission, and this was re-brought up, I guess, and Holly and I, put that ordinance together because of the issues of the giving merits to the elected officials, and that's what, I think I've made it known, I agreed with what Ken said earlier about this elected body making a merit decision on another elected official. And if we leave them on, that's fine, and I think if you were to give everybody merit increases, you would never have a problem, but when you started denying merit increases, that's when we'd have an issue. I mean, we all got denied, all the department heads got denied last year, and that's, it was equal. And if all of us get it some future year, it'll be equal and it'll be fine. But when you guys as a commission or the next commission start saying, I will give these 3 elected officials merit increases and I'll deny them for these 2, I think that's where we'll have the issue, because then that elected official would potentially have issue with that. As an appointed department head, you have every right to make that decision on me and Scott and Heine and Karen, and because we report to you and you can decide if we're worthy of a merit or not. But the first time you or the next commission make the decision to deny an elected official a wage increase, single them out, I really see that as a potential issue. I guess that's all I wanted to say. Sir.
Just a minute now. The foundation of Commissioner Buskerud's proposal, and it's starting at the A position in grade so-and-so. And the current elected officials in those grades are not at A.
Correct.
How did they get from where they started to where they are if they didn't get a raise? And were the raises, somehow as whatever the technicalities of moving up are, they must have been at work, and were they entirely merit, or were they cost of living, longevity? What were the factors that were involved?
Well, they were, the elected officials who've been here for a while have gotten numerous cost of living raises, but they also got merit increases. So previous boards to this made a decision to give them a step increase. So if we don't call it merit, if we call it something else, that's fine. But they went from one step on a wage scale to another step, and we called that merit increase. And I don't know what took place before the wage scale was put into effect. There's some people who've been here a lot longer than I have that might know that.
There might have been some bullying going on, but previously.
I don't know.
But, well, essentially, my point is that
Commissioner, I got my first raise.
we need to at least understand and be able to communicate and allow the public to understand the basis for these things.
Sure.
And the only way we end up at that point is to air them and study them and eventually establish them. So
without discussing numbers, and that's for you guys to decide, the idea, the result of the study, and the thing that makes sense from someone with my background is that the salary is set, and it can move up and down. I think we put that it can have cost of living increases in it. But it's not, again, I said this 2 weeks ago, but it's not judged the same as someone who's appointed, because our employment can be terminated by the person who's making that decision. And that's the fundamental difference. And that's really what it all comes down to, is if you think an appointed department head is not doing a good job, you can deny them a merit, or if you think they're really not doing a good job, you can terminate them. But you don't have that supervisory authority over an elected official.
that's true.
So the first person who starts at grade 9 as a staff assistant, their supervisor, however it's set up in any structure in the county, there's a decision made. You've been doing a great job, we're gonna give you a merit. You've been doing a pretty poor job, we're gonna deny you, or you've been really doing a poor job and we're gonna fire you. And and those decisions happen. But those decisions can't happen with an elected official. So that's where the basis of pulling them off of the wage scale came from. Now, if the numbers you don't like, or if if we're having trouble setting them, we can relook at those and really try to come up with some fair numbers. But that's where the basis of pulling an elected official off of a county wage scale came from.
Mr. Chair? If we adopt this concept of just setting the elected officials' salaries, and then I would, and maybe we have the, as Condrey proposed, we could increase that number with a cost of living. Then in the future years, when those elected officials felt that that wage they were receiving was not sufficient, like we used 2 years ago when we went to the legislature, that a body would come before and argue for whatever that salary should be. And in past, the legislature is one that voted for it. They ultimately gave the county commission the authority to set that salary because they were tired of the elected officials coming to Pierre. So we've got 4 of the 5 elected officials here with us today, and I guess if we're looking to come up with whatever that number should be, whether it's the 80-some thousand that Commissioner Buskerud proposed for the sheriff, and 65 for the auditor and register deed and treasurer, and 78 for the state's attorney, or the numbers that I had, or the numbers that Commissioner Troutman had. I'd like to hear from them and see what they think those numbers should be, and maybe we can get this thing moving.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say a few words if you...
You certainly may.
My name's Gail Jorgensen. I read this article in the paper on the salaries a few weeks ago, and I knew you were going to have a meeting on it today, discuss it. I got pretty interested in it because it didn't seem like there was any consensus between the group. And so I started to look at it, and I wrote basically notes here, and I guess I'd like to read from them so I don't miss anything. Mr. Davis and Mr. Peterson have already covered a couple things that I firmly agree with, but I'd like to read it anyway, just so you know where I'm at on it, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Davis said they should not judge if elected officials deserve a merit raise. I would agree 100%. They do not have the day-to-day contact or knowledge of the daily activities of any elected official or any other employee for that matter. There should be no merit increases for these officials, period. Merit raises are normally given to someone doing a better job than their peers, but there is no peer. This is a lone position, and just doing your job does not deserve a merit raise. I do believe there should be some longevity pay to account for the learning curve associated with the position. However, this should not go on for each re-election that they win. I can see an increase in pay for the first and second re-election. That would pay them for the knowledge they have gained or would acquire in the first 12 years. Something like $3,000 bonus on the first and second re-election might be in order. This should only be paid if they apparently have done the job as was expected of them without problems that should have been avoided or reflect badly on the county. The commission could still nix the bonus on the first and second re-election for the above or other good reason. Remember, if they haven't learned the job after 12 years, they probably will not improve, but they may still get re-elected. Since you have no control over who you will be paying, you should be diligent in what you pay them. This does not mean that they would not get a raise in subsequent elections, as I do believe in cost of living raises if they are based on reliable data. These cost of living raises should make merit raises less of a concern, as it should keep them from going backward. I don't have the history of the 5 elected officials on how they got to their current salary. I don't know at what salary they started, how much was cost of living increases, how much was longevity, or how much was merit raises, or how much was just given just because that group of commissioners decided to give a raise. You most likely do not have those figures either. I do know that Kevin Thom is in his second year at about $91,000. He was willing to run for the sheriff position, including the coroner, at the salary he started at, and we got what I feel was a very good sheriff. Remember, these are elected positions, and you don't always get the best person for the job. We have politics and the whim of the voters to contend with. I happen to feel the sheriff position should pay more than the state's attorney. The position has so many personnel, coroner duties, the jail, juvenile detention, vehicles, training, high visibility, and high standards involved. That does not mean we should pay Kevin Thom more than the $111,348 that Brenner makes, as I don't know how Glenn got to his current salary. It does mean that the next state's attorney should start out at a much lower salary and then see how he does. Most any lawyer can run for state's attorney and win some and lose some. But the sheriff needs a broad background in management and must win all the time. Commissioner Troutman's salary recommendations are what I would propose, but maybe a little high for the state's attorney. I recommend the sheriff with the coroner at $95,000, state's attorney at $90,000, treasurer $80,000, auditor $80,000, and register of deeds $70,000. I feel Mr. Holloway's suggestions were way too high as starting salaries. We cannot go backwards on the salaries, as Mr. Buskerud noted. So any increase changes should take place after the next election if you're trying to set up a long-term salary schedule and not have to look at this again every year. If anyone had already been reelected the first and second time, they would not get the longevity raise I propose, as they had already gone past that point. If they have a break in service, they should not get the first and second reelection raise again. The other thing you should look at before setting salaries is how the chief deputy can make more than the elected official. Is overtime involved? Is longevity pay involved? Merit pay involved? It's not unusual for a craft person to earn more than management if a lot of overtime is involved and management is on a fixed salary and not given overtime pay. Maybe you need to look at the reason others are surpassing these elected officials in salary and hold back on them. We're in hard times for many with gas prices and everything affected by gas prices going up on a weekly basis. These would be considered very good salaries for most people, considering their average wage in Pennington County. That's all I have, gentlemen and ladies.
Gail, I got one
questions.
Gail, I got
I
one
have
question.
copies of these. I'd be happy to leave with you. I don't know if you'll settle this today, but I'll give them to you and you can.
Every meeting.
And Commissioner Holloway has a question for you.
Gail, I have a question for you.
Sure.
You left the commissioners out of there. I was just wondering where you thought what they were worth.
Well, that wasn't in the paper, so I didn't know anything about that. So I'm not going to comment on that.
There's 5 copies. Thank you, Gail. Mr. Chair. Yes. Well, Busker sits over here and he said, you're leaving me out here all by myself. So really, I was a little bit lower than he was on the figures that he used. But I also had, and I'll just say to start out with, I had $65,000 on here for the sheriff, plus 10% for the jail, plus in addition for experience and longevity. And if they work at the job and agree to abide by the employee handbook and not take 3 and 4 and 5 months a year off from work just show up when the cameras are there or when the paychecks come out. So, you know, by the time, and I had a little discussion yesterday with Kevin Tome, and I don't remember exactly where my piece of paper is, but when I got all of the additions on there, he would be making 91,000 to start. So that's pretty much where he's at right now. So I guess I'm not too far out from Mr. Buskerud, and if he wanted to make that motion, I'd surely second it.
No, just before you do, since the mystery of county commission salaries continues, does your wage deal have the current county commission salary on it?
No.
It's always been said every year.
So it's been set every year. What is the figure?
13.2?
1,100 a month, 13 a year.
So in essence, what you're saying is we treat one elected official type differently than we do the others.
That's right.
That's where you're heading?
So, I would recommend Commissioner Buskerud and Commissioner Davis, when you make a motion and you second it, that you include the county commission salary recommendation in that, so that we don't prolong this.
Well, maybe we ought to do it, put the county commissioners on the wage scale and start them at the bottom. We're starting at 1,100 a month. Somebody asked me the last meeting, I don't remember now who it was, it said, you know, that Condrey made a recommendation of 25,000. And I said, I'm not putting that noose around my neck. And, but I did say, I have written down right here 14.4. So that'd be a pretty good place to start and put it on the wage scale. I don't know, they're worth a merit. I'm not gonna ask for merit pay by any means. I'd hate to be told what people think I'm worth. Especially the guy clearing the back of the room back there shaking his head no. But cost of living, I don't know. I'll tell you what, by the time we get done this week, all of these commissioners are gonna have a pretty good weekend. And with most of the meetings, like last night, they had one in Wall that supposed to go to. I had one in Hill City I had to go to tomorrow night, or tonight I'm in Hill City. Wednesday night, I don't have one. Thursday night, we've got one here in the Department of Transportation. And Friday night, we've got another one back in Wall. So I'll get home every night about 10 o'clock.
Keeps you off the streets.
Well, it sure does. Well, no, it doesn't.
Out of the bars, I should
Well,
say.
there you go. Okay.
Okay.
But 14.4 would be a pretty good place to put the commissioners on the wage scale.
Chair would entertain a motion.
Didn't they make one?
No, you did a lot of talking around, but you didn't actually make it.
Yeah, I throw my stuff away now.
The levels you suggested, I can get those later.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion that we not be put on that wage scale, because I think that leaves it open for future issues with future commissions. I would rather see us set a particular kind of salary and then have cost of living. So I'm going to agree with you, Gail. I think, since we were so close anyway, I would like to propose the figures that Gail Jorgensen mentioned to us earlier, and I don't know if you want me to read them.
Yes, I would.
Okay. County Sheriff starting 95,000, County Auditor 80, Register of Deeds 70, State's Attorney 90, and County Treasurer 80.
That's your motion?
That's my motion. I'm not doing commissioners. I think we work for nothing anyway, so I don't see how we can ever make it.
So do we have a second to Commissioner Troutman's motion?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Well, go ahead.
The further discussion, I think the idea of putting the county commissioners on there is a good idea. And I don't care if you want to do it at 13.2, if you don't think you're worth any more next year, that's fine. But I do think you ought to put it on there, because then, at least if it's on there every year, we don't have to come in and wrestle with that decision. It's set, people are gonna run for it, they know what the job is.
So, I see Commissioner Troutman shaking her head. You consent to have that added to the motion?
I won't do 25,000.
What do you want? What do you want it at? The 14.4 that Ken suggested, 13.2 that it is, or something less than that?
While you're pondering that, we'll let Nick comment.
Okay, and this would be a question for the motion makers. So just to, in that resolution that you hold, and Commissioner Peterson read that earlier, that these wages would take effect during the next election, and then they wouldn't be reverted during election, but if there was a backing off process, it would be to the next election.
Right.
Correct. And then when you said you were accepting those numbers, were you just accepting the salary numbers or the ideas for longevity pay, which we don't currently pay?
Salary numbers.
Okay.
Because we
Thank
did
you.
not address longevity pay.
And we don't have, and I was gonna say we'd have to change.
But the cost of living, I think, is,
All right, thank you.
okay. You know, county commissioners do spend a lot of time, but the problem is that you create so many issues across the state, and that happened recently when Meade County tried to set their salary at 25,000, and so I guess I am not comfortable at all with raising it that much. Maybe we just go with the straight 14,000 when we'll compromise a little bit there, Ken.
You're accepting that in the motion,
Yeah, I'll do county commissioner.
and the second approves it, and Donna?
Hi there. Couple of things. I never read the article. I've dropped the journal, so I didn't catch the article. I was wondering as to why the register of deeds was dropped to $70,000, because I am lower at the scale because I have not been here as long, and also there was a time frame too that the register of deeds was not on the same grade level with the treasurer, and that was changed about 4 years ago, I think, 3-4 years ago. So I have a question why the register of deeds is considered a little bit cheaper. We still have the responsibility to the individual taxpayers as the others. We do collect a large amount of money, and we are responsible for a large, it's kind of like a big-time library over there that can never, ever go away. Also, I have a question as to, okay, so we have an election this year for the treasurer and the state's attorney. So does that new proposal start as of 2013?
I think it would start, if this motion would pass, it would start with whoever gets elected. You know, if there's,
No matter what, if they were,
if they get reelected, the state statute does not allow their salaries to be reduced during a continuation of their terms.
right,
So if they got reelected, they'll stay where they're at. If a new person comes in, then they would go to this new scale.
but if they were reelected and their salary was not to that point, would it be?
It'd go up.
It would go up, okay. Because that's kind of concerned too for budget reasons.
I think they would go up, but I think this board considers that's what the job is worth, that's what it's worth.
For the,
to
even if
re-elect
there's a
that
reelection in
person.
2014 for the other three,
My opinion.
okay?
And I'll address those amounts. You know, when I really looked at those amounts, I basically kind of followed what Condrey and Associates recommended.
Okay, all right.
I felt that they should be lower, and that's where I came up with my figures in lowering those.
Okay, and that's the reason why I'm up here, just I'm making you understand that as Register of Deeds, I'm just as responsible as the auditor and the treasurer for large amounts of money and for documentation, and I'm as accountable to the public as they are too. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't quite agree with Mr. Jorgensen's numbers, and of course, he didn't have the numbers other than that was in the paper to work with, but I'm gonna make a substitute motion and go along with Ron's figures of 86,681 for the sheriff, 65,113 for the auditor, the registered deeds and the treasurer, 78,8 for the state's attorney, and 14,4 for the county commissioners. And right below it, I got again, this is a near-death experience.
Is there a second to that substitute motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a substitute motion and a second. Any discussion on that?
I do have a question. If we, because the motion that I made took off these salaries from the scale. So does your motion keep those salaries on the scale or remove them?
I think I'd like to see them stay on the scale, and that way they're getting their cost of living raised, but nothing else.
Yeah, but I did include the cost of living in the recommendation.
Well, yeah, because the commissioners can say yay or nay when it comes time to give them either one, but I think that should be part of the deal with the wage scale.
If you're gonna keep them on the scale, you may wanna reconsider that last section that says it will be reviewed prior to the petition deadline every 2 years. That's in there for setting the flat fee.
See, I guess I don't see it being on, I mean, if we're gonna go by this Conroy thing and review it every 2 years and have the elected officials stand up and make a pitch for where they think that salary should be adjusted to, then the scale kind of goes out the window. This is just a starting space, and then, if they come in and make an argument and we say, okay, yeah, we'll adjust this $5,000, we're surely not gonna say we're gonna adjust it 1 step or 2 steps. It'll be whatever the going rate is, I guess, at the time. I would think, in a way. I don't know.
I'm really not enthused by the Conroy survey anyway, and it must not have been thought of by too good because it was done in March of 2010, and so we're past 2 years' time that's been in the file cabinet until just now. But I'll go along with that, whatever. But I'm just not going to go out on the limb with that. So going too far out for wages, but.
We have a substitute motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
I'd like a roll call, please.
Okay, roll call is called for and will be rendered.
Troutman?
No.
Holloway?
Aye.
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Peterson?
No.
3-2.
Substitute motion carried.
Want to change your vote?
Yeah.
So we have taken care of that issue. Okay, agenda.
He's never told. I have no idea if he's lower or higher.
Next item is the appointment of Pennington County Weed and Pest Board members, units 1 and 2. And we have,
We just made a big
yes, Holly?
Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, we did receive 3 applicants for 2 different units. And I apologize, I don't have my units in front of me, but one of them, we only received 1 application, and she is the current sitting member, so I did not call her. The other 2 individuals from the other unit, Mr. Bert Jock was unable to be here today, and I believe Mr. Kiefer was going to try and be here today.
He's in the back row.
Mr. Kiefer is here, yes. Okay, so we are to select one of, between Mr. Kiefer.
I'll make a motion to appoint Judy Haas to the board position in whatever unit she currently holds.
Unit 2.
Unit 2.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to appoint Judy Haas for Unit 2. There being no other applicants, Chair will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Unit 1, we have Mark Kiefer, and would you care to come up and present yourself, Mark?
Where the heck did I miss that thing?
We do have your letter, and since you started in 2003, if you expect longevity pay.
I'm like a board member, Troutman. I work for free, almost. I believe Scott Duffy is doing a good job, and I appreciate sitting on the board with him. I realize that future food production is in future beauty and pine trees, and the weeds make a big difference on that. You're agricultural based in South Dakota, and the food will be primary and important in the next 20 years. So I appreciate sitting on the board, and I give it all I have.
Any questions for Mr. Kiefer? Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
And Holly, you indicated that Michael Burt Jocks was unable to be here. We do have his letter indicating his interest in being considered for the position. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in his behalf?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Kiefer to that position in Area 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second to appoint Mark Kiefer to Unit Number 1 on the Pennington County Weed and Pest Board. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Proceed.
Item number 27 says items from the chair, but I will take a hold of this one. Just wanted to have an official decision from the board in regards to our May 15th commissioners meeting. We have 2 commissioners that are registered, scheduled to go to Sioux Falls that day. So we will have a 3-member board if you wish to continue your regularly scheduled meeting. Otherwise, we could move it to a different day.
What's the wish of the commission?
Yeah, I just soon go ahead and have the meeting.
I don't care which day they have it, just as long as the 3 of them here don't try to give themselves a raise to 25.5.
I'm on the prevailing side, so I can bring it up.
That's what I was afraid of.
That's the risk you take?
I'm going to be one of the ones gone, and I don't have a problem doing that. I'm sure I will get a hold of Holly and see what's coming up on the agenda, and if nothing else, I will be here by phone.
Me too.
We may have to schedule a little differently. Variances are a little different, and unofficially, we have to have 3 of you in the room at all time to be able to conduct business, so no potty breaks.
And no passing anything 2 to 1.
You got it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Holly. Next item, we have a request for a refund of fees and penalties from Glenn and Della Wishart.
Hello. Thanks for hearing our case. I don't know how much you've looked at. What you have in front of you is handouts. But you understand the question. There should be something that we wrote down and submitted and a memorandum from the planning department. If you want to take time to read that and then ask me questions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe that we have done this sort of thing before when the purchasing person of the property was not really the one who created the violation. And so I'm going to make a motion that we waive those penalty fees of $800 and just go with the normal application fee of $370.
May I ask you to speak up just a
Oh,
little
I
bit, sweetie?
apologize.
I'm too loud and I can't quite hear you.
I'm sorry about that. What I said is that we have done this sort of thing before for people. You've purchased a piece of property, there were some violations on it, you didn't know that. And then when you try to do something later on, you find out that that is the case, and it's not fair to you to be penalized with penalty fees. So I am making a motion that we waive those penalty fees of $800 and that you would only have to pay the normal application fee of $370.
Okay, and then have you looked at the back page? The second page, there is another issue, apparently.
Yeah, but Dan, the conditional use permit is going to be on top of the 370?
That's what we've just been told today.
No,
Oh.
the building permit is also doubled the fee because it's after the fact to bring it into compliance. And she's also asking to waive that double building permit fee,
Okay.
which was $415. The normal building permit fee would be $415, but because it's after the fact, it's double that, which would be $830. So she's asking to waive the $415 in addition to the $800 on top of the
Okay,
condition.
I'll add that to my,
Dan? Mr.
Go ahead.
The $800 administrative fee, that's added because of the lateness of the request, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, and when you look through this, all of this happened before these people bought the property?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And they obtained 2 inspections, got a clear title. Don't they check on any of that stuff?
I don't believe the title company does. They never call us.
Okay. They should.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If you would allow me, can sit in here all morning. I'd like you to tell our little story, just make it as short as possible as to how we got to this point.
Is this a Perkins County story?
This is sort of a Perkins County story because it begins there, Mr. Chairman. My husband sold his farm. He and his brother were in business together and sold their farm. And we moved first to Spearfish, but then our son lost his job here in Rapid City. He was working for Spiegel. And so we decided we would come over and try to find something that would be a job for him. And so when we bought this property, we bought it as a place that would be a business place, and that's the way it was sold to us. I have yet here the, if you haven't seen this, if you'd like to see it, this is a listing the way we bought it. It is listed as a triplex with units for rent and great potential, owner's units, and blah, 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 went on with great. We bought it absolutely believing we were buying a rental business, and we've been using it that way ever since. In the meantime, our son got another job and moved into a trailer court. So how this all got started, and we found out that we were illegal and doing everything, and that all this old stuff had never been done. We went to the Planning and Commission and asked if we could move our son's mobile home to our property so that he could help take care of the property with us. We really would like to sell it, and we've had it for sale for maybe over 5 years, but don't get a serious buyer, so I guess we're kind of stuck there. And we would like to consolidate our losses and take care of him and ourselves. Getting a little emotional about that. Now, I am hearing from the planning and zoning, we probably won't get permission from them. But we have been told because the other thing that came along was that there was no permit bought for the second septic tank either by this previous owner. So now we have orders from the city septic people to put in another septic tank. and go through all the expenses of that, which we have been quoted up to $15,000. And I don't know how to say about that. Well, if we did that, it would seem to me that maybe we could incorporate our son, this idea that our son live on the property. It is 2.5 acres. And if you haven't seen this, I guess I would at least like to, if you haven't. And on the back, maybe it's clear, this is what it looks like. We have, as neighbors, only a farm that has a lot of animals on it, right across the road from us. And then prairie land all around us with high grass that's a fire hazard. And one man has put a mobile home on another adjacent property. And I'd like to invite you to all come on and have a cup of coffee with me and just take a look at what I'm talking about, because I can't believe we got a problem here. But of course, we come from Perkins County, where we never had anything like this. We thought we'd bought property that we could do what we pleased with, you know?
Did you take an education from the Penors by chance?
So anyway, that's my story, and I guess at this point, I really thank you that you will waive our fees, but I'm also hoping that as time goes on, maybe we get a little help from you if we try to proceed and maybe ask for variance or waivers on what we'd like to do, or do you think it's absolutely a no-go?
We don't have that information in front of us today.
I know, that isn't on your agenda. Well, because the other thing that the lady from Planning and Zoning told us is that there's going to be a change in the septic tank situation in about May. The county will be back in charge of our situation instead of the city.
Who said that?
Do you mind letting her come up and,
That's never been discussed in this county commission.
am I wrong?
Well, there's talk that the city wants to give up their 1 mile.
Sure they want to, but they're the ones that started this little fiasco. Let them suffer.
So it's not, so I shouldn't have said anything?
It's not official.
Mr. Buskerud has a saying around here that says, don't snatch victory from the jaws, or defeat from the jaws of victory. You've already won, so let's leave it at that.
Maybe.
I have a question for Dan. Obviously, it looks like they got the building permit for this garage in 1992, and then somewhere along the line, they added apartments to that. Did equalization ever tax them for the additional value of making that a residence rather than just a garage? Because I'm sure the garage...
Not sure we don't know. It was converted back in 95, and I believe it was taxed that way since 95.
Sure we're valued at-
So when any of that kind of changes take place and equalization catches it, do they ever communicate that with you so that you can see if they've gotten the right permits?
They do now, but I don't know if they did
didn't
back
then.
then.
But today you do that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure we're evaluated for all that stuff and would be asking for a lower evaluation if we decide to go out of the business, which we do have that choice now, just stop renting apartments and use it as a family home and try to sell it that way, but I think that would lower the valuation. To me, it ought to anyway. So you say I have one, Mr. Davis?
We haven't voted yet, but we do have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, ma'am, are you just living in that home now and using it as a single-family home?
We live in part of it and rent 2 apartments there.
Okay, but you're still renting 2 apartments. Okay. I was gonna say, if you had cleared everybody out, you'd better go down and put your whole entire home under the owner occupied, and that'll reduce your taxes considerably. But if you still have rentals in there, then you can't do
Well,
that.
that's what we would do, and we still have that choice to make, I guess, if we don't want to put in a new septic tank. So that's all. But I guess all we're asking here today is a waiving of the fees, and you have granted that, and I thank you.
We haven't
We haven't made the
granted
motion
that.
yet.
We haven't voted yet.
Part of them.
Okay.
But I think I'm sensing that it is time to vote. So unless there is further discussion, the chair will call for a vote. You're forewarned. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now you have won.
Certain part of it.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 29, which is the planning and zoning consent agenda, as items A through L. And I'm not going to read them all. They're all printed here. Does anyone wish to pull any of the items from the planning and zoning consent agenda? Anyone from the audience?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the consent calendar for planning and zoning as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the items A through L on the planning and zoning consent agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. That's, next item is item M, and is that a Board of Adjustment deal?
Yes.
Make a motion to go into Board of Adjustments.
What if the motion fails? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into a Board of Adjustment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Good afternoon, Dan Jennison, Pennington County Planning Director. Item M is a variance request, 1203, for Tim and Rhonda Fisher to reduce the minimum required side yard setback from 25 feet to 15 feet in a limited agricultural zoning district. It would allow for the construction of a detached garage. Staff is recommending denial of this. We do feel that they have adequate area on the property where they could build it in compliance with the zoning ordinance. It is zone limited ag. It is a grandfathered lot. It was created prior to 1982. Therefore, it is a grandfathered lot. However, it is only a 2-acre lot when it should be 10 acres. There is some floodplain on the property, although it's in the very west and north end of the property. There appears to be some violations on the property. The greenhouses were built and didn't have a floodplain development permit. That is a requirement that they get that prior to a building permit. We do believe there is not enough limitations on this property to grant waiving the setback requirements. We did do a site visit. It appears that the property is very flat and would allow for them to build in accordance with the required setbacks. He did indicate he is going to be tearing down a garage, and he would like to build it in that exact same location. However, it doesn't meet the required setbacks.
The current garage doesn't either?
No.
And there wasn't a variance when the current garage was originally built?
I believe the garage was a grandfathered structure.
Okay.
Is it still there? The garage is still there?
I don't know if they tore it down already or not, but
Dan, we've got the little diagram here in your book that you gave us. And it looks like they're proposing 15 feet from that side lot. And then they're showing 8 foot on the other side. Does that 8 foot to the existing house?
yeah, I believe that would be 8.
So where would you propose that they put this? Because if you move that another 10 feet over, they'd be on top of their house, it looks like.
Well, they do have 55-foot setback in the front. They could reduce that and put it in front of the house, or they could even put it behind the house, or they could even put it on the, get my directions right, west side of the house.
Okay.
Is there anyone here representing the Fishers? You wish to speak?
On the west side is the power, where the power or my well is, my water line and everything comes in. Back behind where the garage is, it's being torn down now, is where my electric comes in. Transformers there, power lines all there. Up in front of the house is way steeper. It's actually a circle driveway coming in there, as you can see on the diagram. So evidently, they're asking that I put it in the driveway where I come in. As the setback's showing that 8 feet, like you said, if I move it, it would be on top of the house. I don't have room enough to set over, even if I had joined it to the house, I wouldn't have room enough. And behind the house is the septic tank and the drain field overhead.
You can see there's a large area in the backyard here too that they could build in that area. They could push it back and behind the house and meet the required setback also.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Dan, really, what good does it do to put a garage behind your house? I mean, I think you would like to have it so you can drive up and walk in the existing door to get into the home. I'm wondering what that would achieve by putting it behind other than getting it away from the setback.
They could certainly, I mean, that is a good point. However, they do, and our ordinance does require that they have a 25-foot setback, and it appears there isn't any physical limitation that they couldn't meet that setback.
So if you look towards the back of the lot there, is that other building that's sitting back there, is that within 25 feet of the lot line? If you go.
It has since been torn down. That was a
Oh, that one's been torn.
96 greenhouse has also been torn down.
Okay.
The first thing that he stated, that the first greenhouse was built without being in coordinates. When I bought that property, I had no idea that was FEMA floodplain back there. We come down, we got a building permit, we built the 30 by 50 greenhouse there. It was issued a permit, no one ever said a word about anything else being needed at that time, I had no idea. We got that permit, we got the second permit for the 30 by 96, same thing, no one ever stated anything else being needed for floodplain or anything else. They give us 2 permits knowing that it was floodplain.
What year was that?
That was in
2000.
12 years ago.
So now, as I'm looking at that picture, the property just to the right of that, what is it zoned at as?
It also zone limited ag.
Limited ag.
Go back to the previous picture, please. If he would build this garage attached to the side of the house on that side, how far would he be in the from the setback?
Attached to the house?
Yeah.
Well, it'd actually be 23. Or it'd be 15 plus 8.
He's building a 40-foot garage.
It's a, what, a 40-foot garage?
Yes, sir.
Could you move it over to butt up against the house there?
23 feet.
As you can see, it don't really show, but across the road there is all drainage. Everything's draining downhill, including my property. They say it's flat, but it is slightly, everything drains down. I'd like to leave enough room between the house and the garage for drainage.
Any further questions, comments? Chair would entertain a motion.
This isn't going anywhere, but I'll make a motion to deny the variance.
Second.
Motion and a second to deny the variance. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Dan, Mr. Fisher, now, where the old garage was tore down, that's the front of the house, correct?
I'm sorry?
Where the old garage is there that's been torn down?
It's in the process of being torn down.
This one right here, yes.
What is that little flaggy deal you got up there with the point? What building is that on?
Well, this is the greenhouse.
Huh?
This is the greenhouse. You said this one's been tore down, and this is still here, correct?
Small part of that,
Okay, so
big part
then,
is gone.
okay.
This
then-
right here is still here?
Yep.
I
This
thought
is
we were
gone.
working on the garage, not the greenhouse. I was wondering why you had that flaggy deal sticking up there instead of down there on the house.
Oh, well, this is just, sorry,
Um,
apologize. That's just pointing to the property.
And so the garage down here by the house is gonna be torn down?
This one right here.
Yeah.
This is already gone, this is gone, this is existing. I believe that's still existing. And this is the house, this is the garage that is to be tore down, and you would like to rebuild in this exact same location.
On the other end of the house, Mr. Fisher, do you have entrance to the house on the other end?
Yes, I do.
And how many feet is in there between that and that other building? Do you have an idea? Can this garage be built there rather than on the other side? in
My
the
well
setback?
and water line and everything runs down there. I just seen
Oh,
it
that's
go
right,
top
okay.
of my water line.
Well, water lines, where's your septic tank at?
The septic tank is right behind the house.
It's this right here. I guess it's probably that, huh?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay, any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote on this.
Peterson?
No.
Davis?
No.
Musgrave?
Yes.
Holloway?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Need four.
Have four.
Well,
Oh,
No, you only
no,
have,
not the other way.
that's the other way.
yes, to approve it, you need four.
If it failed, it failed.
Okay.
The motion to deny carried.
3-2.
Three to two.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was to be approved, it would take 4. Is that right?
Yep, correct.
Is it? To take action needs,
To take action on the variance, you have to have full votes.
okay, yes.
Whatever that action is, your action was to deny it, so you didn't get it.
It didn't get
So
it.
you're back to square one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You have to have 4 votes.
Either way.
I can't imagine it'd just be
I
one
don't
way.
think so.
4 votes to,
Let's take 5 minutes so you can look it up.
All right. We're in recess for 5 minutes. I'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll have Jay Alderman clarify the result of our action.
I didn't know if Commissioner Buskerud wanted to handle this, or if he wanted me to, because he's right.
You just go right ahead and tell him I'm right.
Now, we looked up the statute, it says it's the 2/3, which is the 4 votes in favor of. So if the motion were to approve or to grant a variance, you need the 4. In this case, the motion was articulated in the opposite, to deny, and it received 3 votes, which would be sufficient to deny, because you didn't grant a variance, so. Does that make sense?
it's clear as mud.
Thanks, Jay.
Yep.
I take back what I said about you earlier, being a multitasker.
So we will move on to
I'd make a motion to come out of the Board of Adjustments.
Second.
motion and a second to come out of Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. We're now on item N.
This is the first reading and the public hearing of ordinance amendment OA 1202, Pennington County, to amend section 204J3R, on-site wastewater treatment system construction permit fees. This was brought before you on February 7th. The Board of Commissioners approved a motion to have the Planning Department proceed with an ordinance amendment to reduce the on-site wastewater treatment inspection fee from $300 to $250. Also with the idea that the ordinance would reduce the number of inspections allowed from 3 to 2, and that if they needed a third inspection, they would then be charged $100 for that third inspection. And that's what the Planning Commission also looked at and it recommended approval. And on the next page, you see how the ordinance would be rewritten to address those changes.
Any questions or comments? I guess I would ask the question, the rationale for 250 instead of 200. In your current one, it's 300 for 3 inspections, $100 apiece. And so now the proposed amendment actually raises the 2 inspections to $125 each.
Well, the thought is that the fees, I mean, even the $300, a lot of times there was only 2 inspections that were conducted. The third one was only conducted if they failed the inspection upon, completion. So it was reduced to $250 so that the fees wouldn't be lowered a lot, so that we'd still be generating the revenue.
The the need for the third inspection, I think we discussed this before. If this work is being done by a certified, state-approved contractor.
That's correct.
And so if between your office and a state-approved contractor, they can't get the job done right in 2 inspections at $125 each, then why charge them $100 to follow up?
Well, if they don't
Why
get
not
it,
charge them more as a penalty?
yeah, and that's what this ordinance would do, is charge the $100 additional penalty if it required a third inspection to cover our expenses to going out and have to re-inspect their deficiencies that they did in regards to installing it incorrectly.
So if you keep a tally sheet on these installers and a certified installer keeps requiring more inspections, maybe you ought to pull his certificate.
We could certainly look at that.
Well, somebody besides the landowner needs to take the responsibility for some of this.
Well, we're hoping that this will get their attention a little bit by charging the additional $100 every time they have to do a third inspection.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this for first reading? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to accept the first reading.
Second.
Any further discussion from the board, from the public? Not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Item O is the second reading of ordinance amendment 1102, Pennington County, to add section 319, vacation home rentals, to the Pennington County zoning ordinance. Planning Commission recommended approval of this ordinance amendment, and County Board approved the first reading on March 6th with the idea of continuing it and to submit additional our suggestions to change the ordinance. And the commissioners were suggested to turn in their suggested changes to the county, or to the commissioner's assistant, and that was done. And I got comments from Commissioners Holloway, Peterson, and Troutman. Commissioner Holloway expressed a number of concerns regarding the sale of the house, that the CUP would go away after it was upon sale or transfer. And then they'd have to reapply for another conditional use permit, the new owner would. And Planning Commission's thought on that was that due to the sensitivity of the vacation home rental, a CUP should be revoked and the new owner be required to go through the process again to make sure he is also aware of the requirements of owning and operating a vacation home rental. Commissioner Holloway also indicated concern over the number of parking spaces, and we based it in the commission. The committee also based it upon the parking requirement was based upon 1 space per guest bedroom. He also indicated the F4, what does Ordinance 106 prohibit? And this was added to make sure the vacation home owners are aware that the renters do not create a nuisance. He also indicated F10 through 13 should be deleted, and that we are requiring them, or restricting them concerning things that the rest of the neighborhood can do. Also, that these issues would be a nightmare for the board to deal with if someone wants to be a pain. I would also be more comfortable with dealing with the disorderly conduct and any other unlawful issues and a reason to revoke the CUP than trying to deal with the complaints that someone was outside at 10:15 or they had 51% visitors who came by. And staff agrees that all these requirements would be difficult for the planning department to enforce. The committees and the planning commission's thought were that if staff had received complaints regarding F10 through 13, this would be the basis for revoking the CUP. These requirements would also let the vacation home owners and operators know that certain rules and regulations must be enforced to help keep peace to the neighborhood. Commissioner Holloway also indicated that G2, he was not comfortable with requiring any sign outside. Some neighborhoods may not want to have that kind of advertising posted in their neighborhood. And if someone wants to let their decision if some want to do it, let it be their decision rather than requiring it. The sign was a compromise between the opposition and the supporters of the vacation home rentals. The sign would let the public know that there is a vacation home rental at this site and give information to the public in case there was something that the vacation home operator should be aware of. From Commissioner Troutman, she indicated that the sign requirements to minimize information on it and to the contact name and phone number, and that the size of the sign should be reduced to a 12 by 9. Commissioner Peterson indicated that he would like to remove the SRD requirements and just to allow it in the SRD with approval of a conditional use permit.
Any discussion on the proposed ordinance or any motions? Commissioner Holloway.
I guess I'll talk about some of the concerns that I had with it. My first concern was on the transfer sale of the house. I think if you automatically take that conditional use permit away, it limits a person who may want to sell it as a vacation rental home. Granted, if it's under a CUP, the new owner is going to have to follow all of those same regulations. And if the county board will enforce their conditional use permits, then we should have the control that everybody's looking for without automatically putting a limitation on that property owner in selling his property. So that's why I thought we're going to have that control anyway through the conditional use permit, and we can put those conditions down. And when I talked to Dan about this, I said, well, maybe if we want to, in my proposal, I said, we can review this with the new owner within 1 year. Give the person an opportunity to operate it. And if he's not operating it right, we can pull his conditional use permit. And we don't have to wait a year. We can do it within 3 months or 4 months if they're running a frat house or something there. So that's why I thought that was an unnecessary regulation in the ordinance.
Want to make that motion? Should we do them one at a time?
Do them one at a time.
Don't you think?
Okay. I would make a motion to amend the ordinance to take that portion, C5, let me look at how C5 reads, but yeah, just remove C5 from the ordinance.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Were you able to get that motion? Okay. Okay, we'll be discussing the proposed amendment motion, and that's the only portion we will discuss at this point.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Dan, how would you know if the house was sold? Would you know?
The only way we would be notified by equalization, or it'd be very difficult to know if it was sold. It'd have to be the responsibility of the current owner or the buyer to contact us, which would be difficult. It'd be difficult to keep track, but if you go by what the motion is just to remove it, it wouldn't be reviewed other than on a normal basis.
So Dan, how about if we had 5 read, the conditional use permit shall be transferred to the new owner upon the sale of the property?
Well, we wouldn't even have to do that because a conditional use permit stays with the property. It is not specific to the owner, it is to the property. And C5 would then, it would just be on the property and not the owner.
So then it would be just up for review on a complaint basis, basically.
Complaint basis, or if there was a regular review time, a lot of times our CUPs. Yeah, our CUP is sometimes reviewed after 1 year, after 2 years, or after 3 years. And after, if there's no complaints on it, then it's put on a complaint basis only.
And so the provision that we'll review it 1 year after transfer really is going to be unenforceable.
It'd be difficult to know when that property sold unless it came to our attention somehow. I don't know how that would be.
But if we make it a condition of the conditional use permit, that if the property is sold and transferred, that conditional use permit shall be reviewed in 1 year. If the person doesn't review it in 1 year, and you catch them 2 years later, they're still operating, and if I'm on the commission, I'm gonna vote against that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna renew his conditional use permit because he's violating a condition of the conditional use permit. So if he's a responsible person, then he'll come forward. You shouldn't have to run him down. But I can tell you, if we catch him, then he shouldn't get his conditional use permit. Assuming that most people will abide by the laws most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think most people want to be good citizens. And so if we make that a condition and Joe sells it to Jack, hopefully he'll read on the conditional use permit, here's the conditions. It's got to be reviewed within 1 year. And if they're responsible, they'll be calling your office to get that set up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to think that's going to happen, but look at what we just dealt with the Wishards. I mean, it doesn't always get passed on. The real estate agent isn't always responsible. The seller isn't always responsible. I'm not sure. I mean, we may 2 years later catch somebody at it, and they may never have known that they needed to come in and do
And then
that.
they'll come in here and we'll give them a pass, a free pass.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm just wondering, is there some way, Jay, maybe you can help me? Is there some way that we can have the equalization or registered deeds or somebody notify planning and zoning when sales of property are made? I don't know how we differentiate with the one with the CUP, but, and then I'll ask the second question to Dan while you're thinking about that one. Can we put a conditional use permit to the person? So when they sell their property, a person attached to that property with the CUP, that they have to transfer it and they come in to see you, and then when they sell the property and transfer it to the new owner. Would that work? I don't know.
Did I hear anyone say they were in favor of less government? Or was I just thinking that?
I think you're just thinking it. No.
My name is Jim Peterson, and I am a real estate broker. Currently, you have on the ordinance where a septic has to be notified. So in a transfer, we have to get it pumped and we have to get it permitted. That works just fine. So why wouldn't C5 read, upon transfer, the CUP goes with, and planning has to be notified, just like we do with septics. It's working just fine. Make it a condition of the conditional use that the owners have to notify planning and zoning on the transfer. Then you would know.
And then it would be a condition, which, if they don't, I agree, it would just be revoked. If they don't get it reviewed, it would be revoked.
But it truly is working with your septic ordinance.
Like 2 days.
Excuse me, my name is Mark Rutherford. I have a question and one observation. The question is, when you sell a property in this county and there's a CUP against that property, is that recorded on the deed anywhere? So is that gonna show up in a title search? Okay, so then it is truly up to the proficiency of the real estate professionals involved in that transaction. The other observation I'd like to make is, the county already has this information. The deed is recorded on every property that's sold or transferred in this county. The problem is, your departments are not connected to share that information efficiently, particularly not with planning and zoning. So maybe that is something that could be addressed to fill that gap. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
As you all know, I'm Vern Bowler, but for the record, I guess we got an echo here. Anyway, when I was on the committee, and one of the things that we were concerned about on this number 5 issue was that by allowing these transfers and the CUP to go with it, that this may turn residential areas into commercial zones. That you may have a conglomerate buy up all these houses in this area for the purpose of renting them as a commercial activity. So that was one of the other things that we thought about when we considered this.
I don't think necessarily that will happen unless the board approves it, because we'll have to approve every conditional use permit. And I don't think we have to approve every one. We take them on an individual basis. And so, and my thought is, if there's 2 or 3, if there's 2 or 3 vacation rental homes in a particular neighborhood and it's becoming to saturate that neighborhood, then I would hope that commissioners wouldn't approve anymore. I mean, I would not want to see one whole block or one whole neighborhood turn into vacation rental homes, because you're right. If that happens, then they ought to rezone it to commercial. But the whole idea of vacation rental homes is you sprinkle them through neighborhoods, and frankly, they'll probably be better off than if they were renting it to someone on a long-term basis.
Well, that was just one of the other things that we did consider. We were concerned that maybe we'll have somebody from Japan, somebody from China buying up properties, and we will never know who it is. It's just a corporation, and the neighbors then would have very little to say about it. So by putting this stipulation in there, then everyone would be reviewed, so.
Just real briefly on your question, Commissioner Davis, about is there some way that the different departments could communicate one another? I'm sure IT would be able to, I'm sure they would tell you yes. I mean, there'd be a way to have, when a new deed is recorded, obviously equalization needs to know that for assessment purposes. I'm sure there's a way for the planning department to be notified of that, and of course that would require planning department, I'm assuming, to run every single new transfer through their database to try to see if they happen to have a conditional use permit on that property. That's going to be fairly onerous.
I don't think we got to put the responsibility on the property owners, not on us.
I think the need to know doesn't end with planning and zoning be involved in every deed that's ever sold and filed in the county. But
Mr. Chair, Jay, Ken brought up having the CUP attached to the person. Is that legal? Can you do that? Or does it have to be attached to the property?
Well, it's always been a use of the property and not specific to the person, so that's what it's relevant to, and that's how I understand it to be it's a use of the property, not the person. And you'd think you'd want the buyer of the property to be responsible for that, because if you'd be back to the kind of deal where we had today, where somebody comes in and says, I didn't know there were those issues on my property, and that person should have told me they didn't. Now I'm asking for forgiveness. In that case, you'd have a seller that didn't follow through, and the new buyer would go, I didn't know. So you'd be doing, so it seems to me that the purchaser would need the responsibility of notifying Dan's office that, hey, here I am, bought this, I understand I need to notify you. Because then they'd live or die by their own due diligence and not the seller.
Mr. Chair, and I think that's where the conversation was, if I remember, that had to do with terminating the conditional use permit upon the sale of the property.
And we have in the past, and we currently, the Planning Commission has started doing this upon sale or transfer. The CUP is actually going away, but it's based upon the sale or transfer of the property. The CUP is gone. It's still attached to the property, but it goes away when it's sold to somebody else.
Okay, any further comments? We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Would you restate the motion, please?
Moved by Holloway and seconded by Busker to amend the ordinance to remove C5, which revokes the CUP if the property is sold.
You would have to amend that if you want to go with your current thought, that it be reviewed within 1 year upon sale or transfer.
I'd add that to the motion.
Second.
So the motion now reads that we're passing the current thought. Is that right?
Are we hooked to a current bush, or we just?
For the time being.
Anyway, to be clear on what you meant by you wanted to include that in your motion, the current thought is what?
I probably, instead of removing C5, would you amend C5, which revokes the CUP if the property is sold, to review the CUP within 1 year of sale?
Right.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion 2-2. Let's do a roll call.
Troutman?
So it'd be no.
Hang on, I gotta find some pen and paper here. Holloway?
Aye.
Busker?
Aye.
Davis?
No.
Peterson?
No.
Well, moving right along then.
Yes.
What, I guess.
Continue.
I guess the question, Mr. Chair, I guess the question I had against this left, gee whiz, look at here who comes steaming through the door. Our Honorable President of the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners, Bob Wilcox. How did planning never know about the 1 year time? How did they ever find out it's sold, and how are they going to?
I think that's the part.
Well, we already had that discussion, I guess, but the motion failed, and we got to try to move along here. I'm fine to just move along.
Let's move on.
You don't answer the question.
So your next item.
So that would
Mr.
stay
Holloway?
on the ordinance, is what
Pardon?
we're saying. That would stay with the ordinance.
It failed, so
C5.
yeah, I guess it's going to stay.
Okay.
These are just some of my ideas. I guess if 3 people up here don't agree with me, it won't be the first time.
Or the last.
Yeah,
Or the
well,
last.
Today, finally, in the last 6 months.
F3, after discussion with Dan, I just had a problem putting a parking lot at these locations, but after discussion with Dan, I'm fine with leaving 3 alone, so I'll go by that. We won't have to discuss that one. On F4, my question with that was, we say the owner shall ensure the occupants and/or guests of the vacation home rental do not create a nuisance per South Dakota, or per Pennington County Ordinance 106. And when I read that ordinance, it didn't cover, in my view, I mean, I question, what is it we're trying to get them to comply with under Pennington County Ordinance 106 as being a public nuisance. I mean, it talks about if you got junk and some things like that, but it doesn't talk about loud noises. And so I said, doesn't the disorderly conduct statute really cover what we're trying to cover with that, or at least what I think they were trying to cover with that, which would be loud noises and being a nuisance. Because I just didn't think Pennington County Ordinance 106, what are we trying to get them to comply with there? Not have junk cars with wheels off of them?
And that's always a requirement of our zoning ordinance, and that was, the thought was regarding noise and parties and.
But it doesn't talk about noise in 106.
I think 106 is the only ordinance we have that defines a nuisance in any form.
Why don't we use the state statute under disorderly conduct? But if everybody else wants to make sure we don't have junk cars, that the vacationers don't come in and take the wheels off their cars in the front yard, I'm fine with that. I just didn't know what it was we were trying to cover. That was my question with that. Moving on, so we don't take all day, under F 10, 11, 12, and 13, when I looked at F 10, 11, 12, and 13, it looked to me like we were trying to have the people that are on vacation comply with more things than what the rest of the neighborhood was going to have to comply with. And it just didn't seem fair to me that we would be saying that. Now, granted, if a vacation rental home's in your neighborhood and somebody's out there at 3 o'clock in the morning having a beer party in the backyard throwing beer cans across the fence, then that would be a violation of the disorderly conduct or some other state statutes, or maybe it's 106. Then we should pull the conditional use permit because of this noise and problems that they're causing in the neighborhood. But to be able to, to be able to try to say, geez, that guy was only 20 years old they rented it to, or, they were outside at 10:15 and I want their conditional use permit pulled. It seems ludicrous that we would put the county commission in the position of trying to make decisions based upon that criteria, when frankly the vacation rental home guy, he might be calling the police because of people that live there permanently next door are being noisy and crazy. So I just thought that those three should be removed and shouldn't comply, or shouldn't be a part of the ordinance. So I'd make that a motion to remove them, see where it'll go.
And would you restate the items you want removed?
Items 10, 11, 12, and 13.
And I can read those items just for the record. Item 10 is the minimum age allowed for a principal renter of a VHR is 21 years of age. 11 is quiet hours shall be from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. No outside activity shall be allowed after 10 p.m. Number 12, the use of open fires, fire pits, fireworks, charcoal burning grills, or other devices as applicable shall be the responsibility of the owner or local contact. All authorized open fires shall be extinguished by 10 p.m. Refer to section 319 GI or G1E. And number 13, the maximum number of day guests shall be 50% of the maximum occupancy of the VHR.
Hey, you have some comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was the incident commander on a fire 12 days ago. It was up off of Rochford Road on Deer Meadows Drive. And it happened to be at a vacation home rental. The renters took a bucket of ashes, threw it out behind the garage, started a fire about 20 by 30 feet. It lit an entire wood pile on fire, came within 1 foot of burning a propane tank that was 3 feet away from the back of the garage and would have burned the structure down if it wasn't for some very fast action on the part of some contractors next door and another neighbor that called 911 and got our fire department, Johnson Siding, and the Forest Service involved. We had about 7 or 8 units there. We got it put out, saved the structure. But those were vacation renters. using by the way, an illegal, per the current ordinance, vacation home in our fire protection district. People do some dumb things. I mean, we're in a very dry, this is before the recent rains. We're in a very dry situation, and we had people that blatantly disregarded some safe practices. And that, I think, is what F12 is there for. So I would recommend that you strike F12 from your current motion, if you would, please. I think that it's there for a good purpose. I have one other instance that I've already, I didn't explain it to you folks, but I had a vacation home next door to my personal property where the vacation renters lit a outside wood fire without a permit using a Weber charcoal grill as their fireplace out in the front yard. Had it burning for over 2 hours before the management went and finally took care of that. So people do some dumb things, and there's got to be some rules in place because they just don't understand the environment we live in, sir.
Is it only the vacation people that do those dumb things, or is
Probably
it people
not.
that live here in Pennington County as well?
Probably not, but those are the only 2 times I've had an instance of that type occur in my memory in the last 11 years in my fire protection district, sir.
But the problem is, by us passing this, wouldn't have stopped either one of those incidents. That's the problem.
I just might point out in section G, item E, relative to instructions that are to be posted adjacent to the front door. Statement that the use of open fires, fire pits, fireworks, charcoal burning grills, or other devices as applicable shall not be allowed without permission from the local contact or owner to ensure compliance with all federal, state, county laws and regulations.
I don't mind doing that.
So it's kind of, it's there, I think. But, sir, go ahead.
I would like to agree with Jeff, especially don't strike 12. It's just too critical. I live out in the woods. Fire could come through, even though we've had this rain, things are just too dry. And I realize, yeah, there are local people that, are careless also. It happens. But we have people here from, vacationers come from cities, locales where it's an ideal thing to go out in the woods and light a campfire. They don't understand the danger of it, the potential of it. Also, I'd like to address number 10, if I might. The reason we put that in there was because of the drinking age. And here again, you got someone, even 21, who rents his house and has a wild drinking party, then he's got to be responsible for that.
You know, I just think, and I don't mean to be argumentative with you, but my thought process on that is that's the owner's responsibility. And if the owner rents it to people that have a big beer party there, at least for me, when people come in with a complaint that says, this guy continues to rent it to people that have a big party, and we've had 3 of them in the last 2 weeks, I'm going to pull his conditional use permit. Because otherwise, why do we give the conditional use permits? If you don't pull them, then they have no meaning, no teeth whatsoever. But I think when you say all 21-year-olds are irresponsible, or everybody that's 20 years old is going to go up there and drink, I just think it's too far-reaching.
This was something that we discussed with another guy that's here. I don't know if we can, can I address who it is? Larry, you addressed that at the meetings. He was quite concerned about the drinking age.
Yeah, I'm not completely opposed to that being in the ordinance. So I guess I'm a little bit neutral on it from a perspective of a resort owner. If that was in the ordinance, even though I might be grandfathered in, I would kind of like to have an excuse to say, no campfires. My big thing is the campfires. If the campfire doesn't happen, and people are outside, 11 o'clock at night, their voices will go down, you know, and we won't have the problems that we have. I think 10 o'clock's too early. Maybe 11 o'clock is more appropriate, if you're gonna keep it in there. But either way, I'm okay with it, you guys. I mean, that's,
What about?
Again, I just think that that's the owner's responsibility to set those rules rather than this board trying to set the rules. I mean, some places, maybe they've got a good fire pit where they could have a fire. And that would be the owner's responsibility to make sure that the people that they're renting it follow the rules that whatever that owner wants to place. Because you could place more restrictive than this if you want to.
What about on number 10? I would like to see that left there, just because I know from years past that there are areas where people go to have these wild parties where underage drinkers can do the drinking. And if the person that buys the booze is 21, well, then he's responsible for it. So I would like to see that left. The quiet hours, I think 10 might be a little early. And also the idea of no outside activities that we could possibly strike after 10 or after is some other hour we set it at. Because the idea of no outdoor activities, oh, what if somebody wants to go out and look at the stars, you know? And well, you do that in the dark. But I would suggest there should be a quiet time. And I do think that one, I'd prefer that one be left. Number 13, I'm kind of neutral on that. I don't know that maybe somebody else has comments on that.
Thank you.
Rita Chapman, and I kind of like the way Vern was going on that. And actually, each of these are conditions that can be attached to each conditional use permit, especially like quiet hours. If someone's in a certain area, maybe have the conditional use permit can actually set the hours, not necessarily the fact that the ordinance has those hours set. So if someone's way out in the middle of nowhere, doesn't matter if they're up to midnight, and others that are in more congested areas, they could say, well, hey, this conditional use permit, you're going to have these quiet hours. So I think those can be set with the conditions of the conditional use permit on an individual basis versus having it as an ordinance for the whole county. So I think that Vern was kind of heading for the right direction on that when he was talking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Tobin. I was a vacation home rental committee member, and I live in Silver City. I come back to a business component element to these items that, because the industry was never able to provide the committee and any of us any definitive information of statistics, economic impact, and so forth and so on, we don't really know how many are property owners, to your point, Mr. Holloway, or are they businesses renting? It's been my personal observation in our community that in around the hills, for those I've talked with, it's the companies who are renting the properties for the property owners. I'm not sure that having the property owner be responsible is really what is happening. And of the vast majority of people who've come to speak in the Vacation Home Rental Committee meetings, the Planning Commission meetings, and these are representatives from the industry. They're not representatives from property owners that me as a property owner, if I want to rent my home for 14 days, the state allows that, and I concur completely that I would have rules and regulations if I chose to do that. But really what this is, again, is a business element operating within a suburban residential neighborhood, which the case of the fire that I was on also that Jeff referred to, that is a suburban residential neighborhood. That owner lives in Sioux Falls, and the fire inspector asked that he had some knowledge that it was a rental and had some knowledge of that it was a company in Deadwood, and asked me if I had any information on that. And I knew the owner's name and provided it. And there essentially was a scenario where most of the renting entities send the keys out. They never have an opportunity to meet with them. Hotels, on the other hand, when somebody goes into a hotel, there's a screening by simply have to check in. If there was something wrong, I'm sure the clerk behind the desk, may or may not allow that person to stay there if they didn't have the proper card and so forth. So we can't ignore the fact that in a neighborhood, we have this business element that is creeping into the suburban residential, and that the vast majority of these renting entities and episodes are not done by the individual property owners. They're being done by these companies.
Any further discussion on the motion to amend?
I didn't have a second. Someone seconded.
I guess I didn't call for one. So your motion will disappear unless you make it again and someone seconds it.
Are you willing to change that?
We'll move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have to go back to Don's comment, if you don't mind, about F4, where he thought that, you know, there also should be the state law referred to there as far as noise and that sort of thing. And I'm wondering if we added that to 4, if that would really kind of take care of some of the concern with 10, 11, and 12. 13. I just throwing that out for your consideration.
Unless we have a motion and a second, we're just visiting.
All right, I'll try my last one, okay? Then we can.
Proceed.
G2 was the requirement of the exterior sign. I think it's kind of an oxymoron, because on one hand, I hear people saying, geez, we don't want these vacation rental homes in our neighborhood, but then we're going to make a requirement that they have to put a sign out front that says, hey, I'm a vacation rental home. So I said, I think we ought to eliminate the requirement for an external sign. Now, if during the process of applying for the conditional use permit, the guy says, I want to put a sign out front, we can have a hearing on that, and the neighbors can come in and either agree with it or disagree with it, and we can approve it with or without a sign out front. But there's going to be some neighborhoods that's not going to want a sign. They're going to say, geez, if this thing's going to be in here, I don't want a sign out there advertising it. But yet, if we make it a part of our ordinance, then they have to have a sign out front. So I'd make a motion to remove G2.
Mr.
Is there a
Chair.
second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just make a statement about that
Yes.
item, because the sign is meant to be there only when it's occupied. And that's part of the recommendation, that it be taken down when the building is not occupied as a vacation home rental. That's all of this, I mean, that was the discussion all the way through, as I remember it, wasn't it, Dan?
Yeah, at first it wasn't really necessarily discussed as to whether or not they take it down. Then they indicated later on that it doesn't not have to be up during non-operating hours. It only has to be up during the operating hours.
Is that what the ordinance says?
The sign says,
During operating hours.
the sign shall be posted during hours of operation. Doesn't say you have to take it down, but it does says it only has to be posted during hours of operation. So if they're not renting it, it does not have to be there.
Mr. Chair, perhaps one of my concerns with this is that I felt like the size of the sign required was quite large and probably had more information than it really needed to have. Because the real purpose of it is to provide who to contact and a phone number. And we have a lot of superfluous information, and we're requiring a 16 by 24 inch sign, which to me, if I were in the neighborhood, I would think that's kind of out of it. To me, I think it needs to be a smaller sign, and it really only needs to have who to contact, whether it is the owner themselves or it is the managing company, and the phone number, because if you have an emergency and you don't know who to contact, that sign's going to be what really tells you. Otherwise, I don't know why you would have the sign there. There's not a reason that I can see for the sign.
What notification is there to neighbors on a CUP? Any?
Yes, 500, everybody within 500 feet requires to be notified.
So can't we put all this information on that notice then and say, here you go, folks, hang on to this slip of paper, because if you have a problem in the future, this is who you gotta get hold of.
However, if you're a fire department and you're coming up and you don't have that information,
Or if you're a new owner in the area.
But if they come up to my house, they're not gonna have any of that information. They don't really care who lives there, do they? They're gonna bust the door down one way or the other.
The thought was also if you're just driving by as a member of the public, you could see, and you see something that shouldn't be happening on that property, you would know who to contact and get a hold of.
Come on.
Well, then we ought to illuminate that sign. And maybe make it a neon flashing sign, so that everybody knows when they drive down the street that that's a vacation rental home.
That's why it's reflected.
The motion did not say anything about designing signs. It indicates that we consider whether to keep this section in or take it out. So I'm going to call for a vote on the motion.
and we couldn't amend that motion to be a smaller sign with less information?
If you make a substitute motion, you probably could do that.
So I think it can be taken care of on the CUP notice. I do too. Very easily. That's how you do it, but whatever.
Or if the motion fails, you'll have a chance to make a whole new one. So,
Which would have to.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm gonna make a substitute motion. I beat you. I'm going to, my motion is to delete G2, with the exception that when we send out notices for the CUP on these, that we include that information on it, on the CUP notice.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Can we do that?
Well, it's already done. I mean, the
Well,
local
they-
contact isn't, but the owner of the land and the legal description and the address are all on that.
Telephone number.
Notification. Telephone isn't.
Okay, so I want to keep my motion the same. And it isn't going to be that big a hassle for the person applying, and the people within 500 feet are going to get the same notification. To me, it works out just right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not too far away from going along with that, but the question is, what happens when you send all that information out on the conditional use permit notification card? And then they get a CUP, and then they change managers of the property from one person to another. Now, you don't have the right person, and there's no way to notify them. Or they know that, so I don't know.
The wrong guy will be getting a phone call. And you'll have to forward it.
It's in the ordinance that they have to notify planning and zoning of the local contact. So if that changes, they're required by the ordinance to notify.
But are we gonna get Dan out every night at 10 o'clock when somebody's violating the ordinance and say, come down here and find out who the contact is?
I thought earlier you decided you would pay them, so you would.
To do what?
I was not part of that motion.
That's getting into personnel now, so we will stick to the motion, and it is a substitute motion. So we're going to call for the vote on the substitute motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
3-2, passed. Anything further, Commissioner Howard?
No, I'm done, thank you.
Yay!
Mr. Chair, I do have something I would like to bring up in this, and I'm kind of leaning, supporting the vacation home rental deal. But I would like to see that someplace in there that says that no CUP will be issued into a subdivision with covenants as prohibiting such uses as vacation home rentals. And that way, we're putting a condition on the conditional use permit. And so the people aren't buying a house in subdivision someplace that they have covenants that's prohibiting them. And then the people we're gonna issue a conditional use permit to somebody, and they're gonna, then the people in the subdivision have to take them to court to fight it.
Can we do that legally?
Okay, you've tossed the subject out. I see Jay pondering the ability to superimpose ordinances on top of covenants.
Well, as I understood, the motion would be to simply honor a
Mhm.
covenant. If the covenant is already in place, and of course, the proper authorities are notified of that, so when it comes decision time, they have that in front of them. And I guess I wouldn't see, you just have, that's one of the exceptions in there, that you don't get a vacation home rental in an area where a covenant forbids it.
Would they, I guess the question would be, do they have an active homeowners association, or would they not even have to have
If they have
a
a homeowners
active?
association that say covenants are prohibited vacation home rental in this area, I think my, like, Mr. Screw back there, that their subdivision says that. So we're not pitting two pieces, or two people in the community against each other by giving one a conditional use permit and say, yeah, you can have a business in that subdivision, and their covenants just say, no, you can't. So if we just put a condition on our conditional use permits, that's prohibited.
We've just never entered into that area before where we started enforcing
We're not enforcing it,
covenants.
we're just
We're
acknowledging
not
it.
enforcing,
Okay.
yep, just acknowledging.
We're not enforcing, that wouldn't be enforcing the covenant, we
Sort of.
Okay.
Sort of enforcing.
Well, kind of, but
So if a motion is made and seconded and passed, then Jay or who will see to it that it's put in the ordinance in the proper place.
With the proper language.
that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I think I'll second it.
Go ahead.
I ask a question because I'm not familiar with how this works, but if an association gets together at some future date and says, we're going to add or modify our CC&Rs, then what happens to anyone who has an existing CUP for a vacation home rental?
Grandfathered in.
I think so.
Yeah.
For what period of time? Until sale or transfer?
No, forever, because so far the conditional use permits are going to be given to, basically, but I haven't finished with that yet. There's no doubt in my mind that if somebody comes in here and has a CUP on a piece of property and gonna sell it, that they came in and asked for a conditional use permit back on that property, that they're gonna get it if they've operated right. So I don't see any problem with that at all, but,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further?
Well, if they had a CUP and then, yeah, the homeowners association comes in and eliminates it, it is grandfathered, but if it comes up for review, are we gonna look at the fact that they now have a homeowners association that does not allow for vacation homes?
I think if there's a move in a subdivision to do away with the vacation home rental just by doing that, I don't think there's going to be too many commissioners are going to look at it favorably.
And I don't think, Dan, I don't think that the covenants have to be tied to a homeowners association. It can be to a development that doesn't have a homeowners association, but
Well,
the conditional use, or the covenants were placed on all of the property when they developed it.
exactly right, you can do that. So, it could be on the property when the developer started to sell, or it could be by a homeowners association at a later date. Boy, this is high-level stuff when we got two attorneys going.
Paid a lot of money for that discussion right there.
Did we end up with, are we okay?
Yeah,
No, wait a minute. You've been up several times. We have another gentleman who wants to speak, and he will be allowed to speak before you.
And I'm going to call the question.
Yeah,
Sir?
we gotta go.
Hmm?
We gotta go.
Mr. Chairman, Patrick Grody from the State's Attorney's Office. If a covenant was amended down the road to prohibit vacation home rentals, I think that under our ordinance, any vacation home rental that was currently operating legally would be grandfathered. I'd also bring up, though, that one of the things that the planning commission and the county commissioners can consider in deciding whether or not to grant a conditional use permit in the first place are things like the character of the neighborhood, which would be reflected in a homeowner's covenant. And so even without the amendment that's on the table right now, I think that the planning commission or the county commissioners could still deny a conditional use permit based on the fact that it violates a covenant.
Mr. Chair? Yes. We're supposed to be about half a mile from here in about 10 minutes, and I call the question.
Question's been called for. Those in favor of the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Question has been passed, so now we go to the motion. And does anyone need the motion restated? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Now we've tap danced around long enough. Let's get to the meat of this. I'm going to make a motion that vacation home rentals are not allowed in a suburban residential area.
Second.
Is that amending?
That's amending 319B,
319?
basically taking out the last sentence.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, motion, we'll call for a vote on the motion. Do you want a roll call?
Please.
Troutman,
Yes.
Holloway,
No.
Westbury,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Peterson,
No. Motion carried. Any further amendments? Does anyone, let's see, did we get the one addressed? I think we did on this suburban residential, any considerations there has been covered, so.
I make a motion, we pass the second reading of the ordinance as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, just a chance for comment.
Can I do some discussion?
What's that?
The proposed motion is to accept or reject the proposed,
That's correct.
okay. I want everyone to be aware, even though you did turn down SRDs, that they do exist in SRDs. And they do exist legally in SRDs. And they've been getting along just fine in SRDs. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that again?
Any further comments? Sir?
Didn't we go back?
I don't know if this is possible, but let me just throw this out. Would it be possible to, through this ordinance, to have it, where it could be reviewed with SRD within a 1-year period without starting over with the entire process? So that after a year from now, we can come back to the county commissioners and say, look, have we had problems? Or with the ordinance as proposed?
It's always possible to come back to us and review an ordinance.
Okay. Do we have to start over? I guess that's my question.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Any further comments or questions?
Yeah, let's go.
Sir?
So you scratched with your motion that took
I
everything.
guess I need a clarification on this
Year.
SRD. When you say it's
Hold the
not
mic down,
allowed
please.
at
Hold
all?
the microphone down.
Excuse me. I need a clarification on SRD. And now, the motion made was that it's not allowed at all in any SRDs?
In the future, I think we'd have to have a ruling from our state's attorney as to the grandfathering of the ones that are currently there. I would guess they're still there and always will be. Except the ones that are illegal that never should have been there in the first place.
Okay, so then we're deleting the last part of 319B
Yes.
altogether. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I knew that was going to read. I'll see if there's more.
I'd like to make this quick. My name is Patrick Breen, and sitting here, I've heard you talk about responsibility and putting responsibility to the homeowner in quite a few instances. I just wanted to thank you for this last striking of the ordinance and removing it from SRDs. In my view, I think that was your responsibility in protecting the intent of the residential zone. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If not,
We got a motion yet, don't we?
yes, we do. We have a motion. Is Commissioner Troutman leaving or coming back? Or?
She has left the building.
Left the building.
She go.
Okay,
Hope she
we'll
didn't
call
go where
for the
Elvis
vote.
is.
And have a roll call, please.
Peterson?
No.
You know, I'm confused about what that last motion is.
It's to approve the ordinance as amended.
Okay. Yes.
Esper?
Yes.
Holloway?
No.
Next meeting. Nancy.
Nancy's gonna have to decide who we're gonna go with this.
Next meeting.
Did she leave forever?
No, she went over to groundbreaking.
We're gonna have to come back
Really?
for,
Reconsideration today.
Someone needs to make a motion to reconsider if we're going to do that.
later today.
I was on the prevailing side, I would make my motion or make my vote with the qualification that we can reconsider later at this meeting.
How can a tie be prevailing?
Yeah.
We prevailed.
It was a tie vote, so see you in 2 weeks, unless you can get Nancy back.
Can we redo it, address it today? Because we're not adjourning right now, we're just going to take a break and go over to that groundbreaking, because we
I
got
think
more
that
things on the agenda.
We had it done. Was it done?
If you're gonna not adjourn the meeting for the day, then sure, I think you can take it back up today.
Okay.
We'll take a recess. We need a motion for that.
All right.
Oops. And we left in recess with a 2-2 vote on the question of adopting the vacation home rental ordinance. What's the wishes of the commission?
Mr. Chair, I've been hearing some talk about a resolution. Could you bring me up to date on that, please?
We've been discussing the resolution. Patrick's been in on the discussion. And regardless of what happens to the ordinance vote today, that resolution can be put on next meeting's agenda. And the resolution would deal with grandfathering in the vacation homes that are currently operating. Is that the way you understand it, Dan?
And license.
And license.
The ones that are operating now illegally and have been for quite some time?
Is that correct? They're operating illegally right now?
Technically, yes. Some of them.
Okay, go ahead.
The ones in a special, in an SRD?
We've heard that there's some vacation home rentals that are operating in SRD zoning districts, technically illegally right now through our ordinance. And there was talk of a resolution at Planning Commission and previous even committee meetings to do a resolution that stated that if you are operating and had your current licenses with the state in an SRD zoning district, you could have a 90-day window to apply for a conditional use permit. And then after that, there would be no more in SRD. Technically kind of grandfathering those in SRD.
Grandfather and the illegal.
Yeah,
operators.
I mean, I don't understand that.
I'm going to make a response to that. In 1998, I bought, in 1995, I'll take that back, I bought a legal bunch of cabins and was operating them very fine. I discovered that I had more than enough people wanting to come to Silver City. So I saw a for sale sign and I bought a log cabin that's a seasonal cabin. And this is in 1998. I rented that cabin out to vacationers for 12 years before I discovered, because I was operating it under my license through the state, I discovered through an article in the paper, and from being turned in actually, I even read the article and didn't realize it applied to me, that I was operating illegally because it did not adjoin my property, even though it was about 300 feet away. I have been attempting in that amount of time to become legal. It was never my intention to be illegal. It's always been my intention to become legal. I do not want to be illegal with the county. Dan can actually vouch. When I got that letter, I called immediately and said, what can we do to be legal? We worked out an agreement of what I should be doing, and I operated it in that fashion for another 2 or 3 years. And then we got another illegal operating
really
one.
Important point that she's making right now.
When I got my second...
You were aware
One
of
at a
this.
time, please.
When I got my second notice, I said, what? You mean the current agreement we have is not okay? And Dan said, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be taking back that agreement that we have. And I said, then I said, what can I do to become legal? That's always been the intention. And he said, put in for an ordinance amendment and see what happens. We've been trying for years through the Planning and Zoning Office, and we'd like you to try it because maybe it'll happen. Something needs to change in the county when it regards to vacation homes. We cannot move Mount Rushmore. It is in Pennington County. We cannot change this $27 billion worldwide industry that's growing. We can't stop that carte blanche and cold. But my whole intention these last year and a half that I've been working on this is to become legal in an area where it's actually quite acceptable. So I'm just letting you know that I'm not deliberately illegal. And I actually did not rent last year. I can let people stay in my cabins for as long as I want because I own those cabins. If I don't take money for it, it's legal. Thank you.
My husband and I are also illegal.
I'm not illegal, though.
I'm illegal in the county. I'm legal in the state. And there are the Forest Service surrounds us. That we have 1.05 acre that this lot is on. We are surrounded by Forest Service, and we are suburban residential. And there, I beg you to allow us to find a pathway to work with this county, to allow us to use our property when it is not, there is no problem with this. It's 13 miles out of town. So I am beseeching you. I've been working with this on the committee for 1.5 years, trying to find a way to be legal with Pennington County. There is an economic issue going on in this country right now. Since 2008, the housing market, whatever, I've been unable to find full-time work. I'm working 3 different ways to try and find income. And one of the biggest ways I can find income is in my backyard. And it's not affecting other people. may I find a way to work with this county to be able to make part of my living in this manner. It is reasonable.
You may be an exception because of where you're at, and maybe, can she rezone her land? Maybe that's an option. But the other thing, when you're saying that there's problems economically in this country, yes, there are. There are many problems. And there are many problems with houses and people losing their houses. And the biggest investment that most people have in this lifetime is their house. And they want to protect that, and they buy a house in a residential area, and next thing they know, they got a motel next door to them. And I don't think that's fair either.
But, just a second. If I could just respond to Commissioner Buskirk.
You may, but we're kind of prolonging the specific issue.
Well,
and we do have plans to take it up at our next meeting. It will be on the agenda. But go ahead.
Okay. My point is that just because the ordinance allows them in a suburban residential zoning district does not mean that every suburban residential district will have vacation rental homes. It's only if this board approves them. And so we can still protect those neighborhoods that really deserve to be protected. And those areas like this lady here, or other areas that have vacation rental homes in them, we can allow them, and we can do it through the conditional use permit. So I don't think it's carte blanche that just because we leave suburban residential in the ordinance, that every suburban residential area is going to have vacation rental homes in them.
Thank you. Sir?
10 years ago, I was at a meeting, and there were probably 100 people here at the meeting. And at that meeting, there was a lot of opposition to vacation homes. And I guess I just want to point out that this is an ongoing issue, and the folks that are in favor of vacation homes are truly trying to get legal. I was probably one of the founding members of the Vacation Homes Association of South Dakota. And we've identified probably 100 people in Pennington County that are probably operating what you guys are calling illegal. Well, okay, you can call it that if you want. But they truly are trying to work with the government. They're trying to make a living. They're trying to be good citizens. So I take exception to the fact that that they're doing something wrong. I think they're doing things correctly by participating in the system. And I guess I'm just going to leave it at that. But I just, they're good, hardworking, honest people. The ones that are participating here today, 3 or 4 of them, are what you guys would consider illegal. But the truth of the matter is there's probably at least another 100 people in Pennington County that are renting their homes. And the reason that they have not come to planning and zoning is because they're afraid of the outcome. And, so I guess I just want to say I appreciate the people that are putting in the effort. Some of these gals have worked so very hard, and their livelihood is at this. And people have asked me, why do you support that? Because the truth of the matter is, if the ordinance doesn't pass, you've just eliminated my competition. It's going to benefit my business. But yet I understand that in a vibrant economy, that tourism is going to grow if we allow vacation homes. So I guess I'm just going to ask for your support. Thanks.
Yes.
Go ahead. Mr. Sergrew got up back there first.
Commissioner Troutman, before you vote, I just, the Chapmans are good neighbors, and they're trying to make a living. And I'm torn because you've heard my stance on this, and I think that Commissioner Buskerud used a phrase earlier on that we've got to make some hard choices sometimes, and that is doing something that's good for the many over the good of the few. That's an apt phrase in this case. We're protecting neighborhoods. We're also giving everyone in Pennington County an opportunity, because I don't think we're excluding, based on the way I read it, we're still authorizing everybody the opportunity to legally rent for 14 days. You've given them that right now, to have the ability to rent for 14 days and make some income. And so we're doing something right there with this ordinance. And I would just urge you to vote in favor of the final version. Thank you.
So,
Yes.
Hello, my name. Excuse me.
State your name.
My name is Dave Myers. I live in Silver City. I have a long history of Silver City. My granddad was there. My dad was there, and now I live there. And our city has changed quite a bit. I know there's a lot of modern changes. It used to be a total retirement town. And now we have children, and we have people my age and younger, and I would like to see that continue. I would like to see personal property rights take precedence over people's emotions and things that have been said. I would like the commission and each individual to look into their heart, find out if this is true or this is emotion. Is this anger, misdirected? Is this because I can't get along with my neighbor? And I think if you look at Silver City, you'll find out the truth of that. And I think there's a long story yet to be played out. Please take the little community of Silver City and make this a county ordinance for everybody in the county. Don't listen to just certain voices, certain negative voices, or certain positive voices. Make it a win-win for everybody. And I am a little disappointed with today, but I know there is a tomorrow. So I have a lot of hope. Thank you.
Commissioner Troutman. You're.
So, I feel, and I apologize that I had to leave, but if I am understanding this right, the ordinance that we are voting on now excludes SRDs completely. We are not going to have the review in a year. Am I right? Okay. And my understanding is that we have a way. First of all, Rita, let me ask you this. You feel that if the ordinance passes the way it is now, without the SRDs being allowed at all after, with the review in a year, that gives you problems?
Yeah, Silver City is zoned suburban residential, the whole city. Dan will not do any spot zoning except for the one business I have that's grandfathered in. It's still suburban residential, but he will not do spot zoning for my other 2 properties that I currently own to change that. So if they are taken out, if the way it reads now, it's out of SRDs, then I cannot even apply for a conditional use permit. Is that the case?
Well, if it's not allowed in SRD, no.
Yeah, then I cannot.
But you couldn't have for a year anyway, and then it would have been reviewed.
Yes, the way it was reading.
Mr. Chair, let me just read that piece if you would, excuse me.
Yeah.
Item 319B, last sentence. And there was lots of thought went into this particular deal to put it into this section. And it says VHRs are permitted with approval of a CUP in a suburban residential zoning district if the applicant has a permit from the state of South Dakota to operate a VHR at the date of passage of this ordinance amendment, or if the applicant has applied for such permit at the date of passage of this ordinance amendment. And that's in the current ordinance.
And that's what we would
But,
be.
but we passed one that.
They took it out.
That every SRDs are gone, period.
Yeah, that was taken
Now-
out. So no, I would not be able to apply for a conditional use permit. Well, I've been legal with the state since, you remember too, the state only put in their, the state only made them legal through the state in the June of 2008. So that hasn't been very long. I mean, it's taking you guys 6 years to totally implement the wastewater ordinance. And I'm saying the state only really had a year and a half, 08, 9. And I put in the ordinance amendment in January of 11, so it's been a year and a half ago. So it really hasn't been in existence very long. But they said they had a little spike of people applying when the stuff hit the paper about vacation home rentals. So it's been good for the state.
Allows them.
Do you feel as though you have caught up with the discussion, Commissioner?
Yeah, but I
Outwood?
think I misunderstood a motion. I'm trying to decide how to deal with that.
Well, in order to get the motion, any motion back in front of us, or the one that was tied, what do we do, Patrick?
It's the same meetings, you can move to reconsider a previous question. Somebody who was on the winning side.
When it's 2-2, there isn't a winning side.
There's no winning side.
Mr. Chair, but let me clarify. There was a winning side on the motion to do away with the SRDs.
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe I was on the winning side, but how can we move to reconsider that if we've already got a motion on the floor? That's what I'm
We
is.
don't have a motion on the floor. Mr. Chair, if I might, I'm going to make a motion to reconsider the motion previous to do away with SRDs in the vacation home rental.
So, motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to reconsider the vote.
Is that motion
Taken.
appropriate? Jay? Can you make a motion to reconsider any time during the meeting? Or does it have to be immediately following the vote?
Or do you give notice of intent?
You're still on this agenda. You haven't moved off the agenda and you haven't moved to another meeting. So I don't see why we've done that before. Maybe I'm going to restate your question.
No,
I'm mistaken with what you're asking.
Well, I can't remember the rules of reconsideration.
If you're wanting to reconsider at another meeting, then a person on the prevailing side has to give that notice before you adjourn for the day, and you
Yeah.
can have that.
Okay.
But if you're still on the subject and you haven't adjourned, you can reconsider
Okay.
what you dealt with. And the idea being is that there's new information in this case. Chairman might have been confused about what the original motion was or what the issue was.
How did you know? How did you know?
Dan, we like caramel rolls too.
Anyway, we have a motion and a clarification, motion and a second to reconsider. Going to call for the vote. You want a roll call vote?
Reconsider.
Just for reconsideration.
Yes. We don't need, okay, motion to reconsider and second. All in favor of the motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, I would make a substitute motion, or I'd make a motion, not a substitute. I'd make a motion to amend Section B, deleting the last sentence after suburban residential zoning district. So it would take out, if the applicant has a permit from the state of South Dakota to operate a vacation home rental at the date of the passage of this ordinance amendment, or if the applicant has applied for such permit. So what it would do, if I get a second on this, what it would do is
allow vacation home rentals in suburban residential districts under a conditional use permit.
Let's
Not
try
just-
for a second before we discuss it.
Okay, I was just trying to explain what I was trying to get
Sure.
at, but that's fine.
You're trying to talk somebody into seconding it.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
second it for you.
It has been seconded.
Now you can explain.
Well, rather than just having it for those people who have been operating illegally. So it would open it up for everyone to come in for a conditional use permit. It doesn't necessarily mean that we would have to approve it for everyone, and frankly, I wouldn't be supportive of approving it for everyone.
You could make that even simpler and just say, take out that whole last part and then just include suburban residential district in that sentence above, saying in a general ag, limited ag, low density residential district, and suburban residential district.
Okay.
Why don't you just say all zoning districts in Pennington County?
Well, light industrial.
Why not?
Well, they can be in those areas.
We'll approve it no matter where they're at. It doesn't matter.
Okay, are we squared away on your motion?
I think so.
And your second?
We did get a second.
So now, they don't have to have approval from the state.
Prior to,
Oh, no, the rest
they're
of the
still gonna have to have approval, but all we were doing is saying, geez, you know, if you've been operating illegally, or if you run out there before we pass this ordinance and make your application, then we're gonna let you be in there, but everybody else can't apply. So this just makes it fair for everybody, in my view.
I'm not sure if anyone has anything new to say. I think we've kind of covered most of it, but go ahead.
Patrick Breen again. Before you make a motion to accept SRDs, generally with the CUP, I'm very nervous around the fact that earlier on, a lot of focus was put on the responsibility of the landowner and adjusting this ordinance. And it just seems to me that right now, the responsibility lies with you in protecting the intent of the suburban residential district. And by allowing a conditional use permit, I think we're diluting that intent. And we're opening up the opportunity for everything that all the opponents of that and the protections that are in place for that residential district. Yeah, it makes it easy, it makes it simple, but for who? But for the few. Now, I question, we have some legal minds here. I mean, if we are going to undermine the basic intent of a residential district by passing this ordinance, is that the proper process? What about all those people, the majority, as Jeff mentioned, that live in the county? What was the intent of a residential district to begin with? What was the goal of that? For families, not for businesses. And you allow this CUP condition, and then again, if something happens down the line, it's after the fact, after something happens. Well, wasn't that the intent of a residential zone to begin with, to protect? Now, I don't know. I question. Could someone challenge that? Is this the proper process? If you want to change the intent of a suburban residential district, is this the proper process to do that? I don't believe so.
Thank you.
My name is Joyce Shagru, and I do not live in Silver City. Okay, I live in another part of the county in a subdivision that has covenants. And as you know, I've been before the Planning and Zoning Committee. I've spoken publicly a number of times, and we are opposed to having vacation house rentals in our residential district. And I'm wondering what will happen now. Will we still have that you will honor the covenants? And that's a major concern to us. We are in the process, as I understand it, of changing our covenants so that they're tight enough that so none could be allowed. I've just been working on another project in the development, And I was surprised that we have several more family vacation homes in the subdivision that are part-time. I was not aware of that. I thought there were a couple and there were several more. So we do have the potential for rental there, but we are opposed to that. Now, we were told as a committee that what could occur then if we said, no, you cannot have a vacation home rental, that those in the industry would sue. And vacation home organizations would run on a very tight shoestring, and it's very expensive to end up in court to try and uphold your covenants. But we are trying to protect ourselves. But of course, what would work best for us, and you've heard me say this before, is if they were not allowed. We have normal-sized lots for a rural area. Mine's probably one of the smallest at 6.8 acres. Or 0.6 acres, I'm sorry. So we're spaced farther apart. But we just are really, we do not want this. And the last time I gave testimony at the last meeting where you heard this, my message that day is what can happen in a community with a CUP process. And I remember Commissioner Holloway saying, is that why you're here? Are you pitting one neighbor? Your opposition is pitting one neighbor against the other. And that was that day. That was my message. And I had another opportunity before planning and zoning on a home occupation where immediately we had neighbors. It became personal. They were writing letters. They were not nice. And it happens so quickly. I didn't realize how quickly it happened. And we're trying to ameliorate what happened during that little bitty incident in our area, but it is so real. So we are opposed to having them in suburban residential. And if you vote them in, then help us some way so that we can actually implement not having any in our community, because the potential is greater than I thought originally. Thank you.
Mr. Troutman.
I wanted to just revisit what you said about covenants and how if there are covenants in place, how we should, if we're making decisions like this, honor them. Can you, one of you, whichever one?
Well, there was a motion made, and I believe it passed, that said the CUP process would honor the covenants of that neighborhood.
So what I ask you, Joyce, is would that work for you?
We have to get legal advice on that, because would the covenant have to specifically say, we now have no businesses allowed? However, times are changing. Those covenants were put in place when the development was brought up in the early 1970s. And now we have businesses that are silent, like the one that came before planning and zoning. One of the problems was the neighbors did not know it was there. And so we have computer people who are running the business out of their home. But we're wondering if legally now we will have to specifically say no vacation house rentals allowed. So we don't know the answer to that yet. Would it have to be that specific in the covenants in order for us to disallow them? So I don't know that I specifically answered your question, but I think it's still gray. I don't think we know the answers yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't know whether it'll fly or not, and I know it's getting along towards time to go to Hill City to the transportation meeting. But I'm going to make a motion, a substitute motion, that we leave entirety of item 319B as presented to allow vacation home rentals if you have already applied for a permit or have a permit from the state of South Dakota. If you don't, then there'll be no more conditional use permits given in SRD districts.
Second.
Motion and a second, a substitute motion and a second. Does everyone understand the motion? Roll call vote.
My name is Tanya Gomez. I live in Silver City. And just a comment about Mr. Davis's motion. By doing this, you're basically rewarding the people that have been operating illegally against the county, that now have an unfair advantage, that they have no competition. I mean, let me say to begin with, I'm opposed to it in SRD. But now they can operate it in the county without any competition. They got what they wanted. It's unfair. It's fundamentally unfair that now they get what they wanted when they were operating illegally. They have no competition. They're the only ones that benefit. I see that as wrong.
Ma'am, you're standing here chastising me.
No, I'm not chastising you. It was their
When the
previously.
previous motion was to allow it in every SRD district without any control
Right.
other than the CUP. So that's why I entered this in there, because we have something to kind of prohibit them other than the ones that are already there. And I don't like it that some of them are out there that were running illegally.
Sure.
And they can say whatever they want, but they're illegal as far as kind of Pennington County's ordinances go. With this deal here, they can still continue to operate the ones that are there. But once they're gone, they're gone. And there's no more in suburban residential districts with my motion.
Okay.
With the other motion that's there, it just opens a wide open carte blanche to everybody.
Right, and one other comment about, allowing it in SRD is, you've heard from us, I'm sure you guys are tired of seeing our faces, but let me ask you, where are the full-time homeowners that are clamoring to have it in SRD? I haven't seen them here speaking. The people that I see that are here coming in and asking you to approve it in SRD are people that either are operating businesses or want to have their home generate extra income. They're not living there. You're not protecting actual homeowners that are voting and residing in, it's just, I don't understand. And as Mr. Davis said, why not allow it in industrial and everything else? If you're going to violate the integrity of what an SRD is, maybe we should throw out all zoning. Truly, maybe we should throw out all zoning altogether, because if we're not going to have those lines of distinction between the categories of, zoning, I don't understand, where I should live, where I can have the kind of community that I want. I have to buy into a big developed community with a whole big set of covenants. Is that what's going to be required just to keep these kind of things away from our home? I don't know. And I know I'm very emotional, but that's just how I feel. And I know wouldn't want to be in your place for anything, but I ask you to consider those things as you weigh this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to close this discussion now. We have turned the rock over a number of times. I think we know what shape it is. So we do have a substitute motion and a second. And we will ask for a roll call vote.
Peterson.
No.
Davis.
Yes.
Yes.
Holloway.
No.
Troutman.
Yes.
Motion carried. Now we're back to.
I make a motion to approve the vacation home rental ordinance, the second reading as amended.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the vacation home rental ordinance as amended. Another roll call vote.
Yes.
Starting in the middle.
Holloway.
No.
Troutman.
Yes.
Peterson.
No.
Davis.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Motion
That completes our agenda, committee reports. Anybody that talks over 30 seconds,
We'll skip that one today.
we'll skip that. Any items from the public?
Need the executive session?
No, you don't.
We have a motion to go into executive. Oh, excuse me.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
I would just like to, I have Parkinson's disease, so I don't speak very well, but I really want to appreciate you guys sent a letter of a proclamation declaring this is Parkinson's Awareness Month. I really want to thank you guys for that. Appreciate we read it at our support committee Saturday, and it was very well received. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You submitted a very well-written letter. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Make a motion to go into executive session for contractual and personnel.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion